fit this account at all. But most likely it's just going to be the, you know, I'm working, shut up kind of thing. But now it's time for you guys to do your job, YouTube. Say hi, or to do your job for YouTube. Say hi, YouTube chat. I can work. I can word. So, little bit crackly today. Got a mild head cold, which is fun. Although, fortunately, it's not in my head at all today. Yesterday, it was like I had a bit of a headache and just like a super mild sore throat. And now I just have a super mild sore throat. So hopefully by tomorrow, it'll be sorted. It's one of those kind of just kind of feel icky, but we'll be fine. Serves me right for, you know, hanging out with other people at a birthday party and shit. Serves me right for going outside, you know, how dare I? But we are, like I explained on stream just a minute ago, we're diving into this, and if this is the right save, which it should be, this save is a cleaned up version of the previous save because we'd hit the death cap of 3,000, and I removed the list of dead, and I'll show you what that looks like in a second, using DF hack, using the clean / fix dead list command, which should very much just be in the game proper, but isn't for some dumb reason. So now if you look at the list, the only dead things here are, well, there's a blind cave bear apparently that just died and a reacher that just died, but the only things that are on this list now are my dwarves. So the vast majority of things, so all enemy invaders, all non-named, non-important units have been removed from this list. There's also apparently still Ant-Man invaders, but I cleaned up 100 of them that were stealthed. So there's that. Also, apparently I've got some tree frog people on the surface. Who's climbing my wall? Huh. Well, that's interesting. Bing, 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 bong. All right. Now I've got crazy frog stuck in my head. Well, that's kind of cool. Can we ask them to join? They're listed as wild animals, so no. Yeah, they are wild animals. That's cool. They look so cute. They certainly do. Look at these little froglins. Well, hopefully they stay outside and they don't get into fights with my dwarves. Because I fear that my dwarves might just turn them into red paste. All right, so down in the as for the fortress itself, we do have 144 dwarves. We do need to work on general happiness because there's kind of a lot of bodies everywhere, and we're still working on cleanup. I mean, come on, this is just a bit embarrassing here. Can pull that lever again. As for the fortress itself, we're going to be working on prettying things up a little bit today because we want things to be presentable for when we build the true throne. I can speak. We built a library, finally, although I've been thinking about just extending it into this entire area, which I will be doing. This down here, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Maybe more crafting. I just built a wall there, and we'll figure it out. Bedrooms are still kind of this multi-layered design here, which I think looks quite nice. I'm quite fond of this setup currently. It seems to be working quite nicely. Some of the dwarves don't have complete bedrooms yet. We're still working on that. Tavern setup here. It's kind of this multi-pronged tavern thing. Up here we have food, more food and brewing and all that. This is the throne room and the dining hall, and then the bedroom for our monarch, because we are the capital. We do have a king, consort, and a queen here. The queen is, of course, named Spicy Yummy Korean Food Yum, I think. I keep on wanting to call her, like, Yummy Korean Food or something, but Korean Food Yum is the name of our monarch. Okay, I already did do that. Perfect. Then, what else do we have to show off? Right, we've been doing a lot of digging, and I've been thinking about a plan for today that I think would be a little bit of fun. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing something a little bit differently. Down here at the bottom, I mean at the bottom. At the bottom, we have this over here, right? We have some demons in here, and there's a bunch of diamonds and things. I want to get these diamonds out of here. I also want to get these stockpiles out of here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a minecart route that goes from here up to the surface and then back down. It's going to be for carrying artifacts. It's going to be for carrying diamonds, and it's going to be for carrying various other little things. It's going to take them all the way up to the top and then come back down. And that's what it's going to be for. Because I need to get these diamonds out of here. We also need to put out these fires. So that's going to be my priority for today. As for the hidden fun stuff itself, the adamantine is right here. I've not completely dug to it yet because there's just too much of this crap down here. So it's been a very slow process of dig down, kill a few things, dig down a little further. But I do want to safely go through that adamantine there. And I don't want to break into the underworld necessarily, but I do certainly want to get all that stuff set up proper. Batteries refueled. Is it digging time? You didn't listen to a single thing I just said, did you? Okay, so what we're going to be doing today, first and foremost, is I'm going to be setting up a minecart route coming from right around here, this hallway, all the way up to the surface. And then when we get to the surface or to the fortress itself, we'll actually be able to, dump them out around here somewhere and begin bringing those diamonds up. This right here needs to not be our general temple anymore. Actually, I just figured out what we're going to build with this. We're going to be filling this up. This is going to be our general everything temple. That's what we're going to be using this area for. So this area right here is going to be built up into the general everything temple. And having a peek at the requests, Ray Britt, just over an hour ago, did request a dwarf. So let's see. Did they tell me what kind of dwarf they wanted? Because I think they said that it can be... Okay, so just assuming you're still here, Ray Britt, let me know what kind of dwarf you would like. And I will delay activating the command because we'll just consider that the first one. So in like 30, 40 minutes at some point quietly in the background, I will activate the dwarf reference. No preference, take my pick. Well, you said the word pick, so do I even have any miners left? They might all be dead. I think I don't have any miners left. I keep losing miners. It's a dangerous world here for anybody with a pick. But you told me to take my pick, so I will. You get somebody with a miner's job. Let's find you a happy-ish miner. Most miners are not happy because they've all seen their friends die. Rakust, you can be Ray Britt. Ray Britt is currently picking up equipment. She is quick to despair. She despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. It's not necessarily a death sentence. It's just an unlikely to live sentence. There's a difference. She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she often acts with compassion. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She doesn't focus on material goods and is quite ambitious. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is a friendly individual. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She finds out this troubling since she values she often acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is a friendly individual, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she finds this troubling since she... Since she values perseverance. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and my eyes aren't working properly, apparently. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she is curious and eager to learn. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she is quick to anger. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she inhales sharply when she's angry and when she's thinking hard. She has a habit of licking her lips, and she scratches her head when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of raising a family, and she personally respects perseverance and values peace over war, and does not really value skills related to fighting. She likes cinnabar, rose gold, and bone opal, and black tip, reef shark leather, and the color flax. And ballista arrows and cave wheat for their stalks and the site of the mellow meadow, and when possible prefers to consume oriole and persimmon wine and walnuts and round limes, and absolutely hates blood gnats. That would be very funny if she dug something up and died. That would be very funny. Not gonna lie, that would be very, very, very funny. It is definitely possible. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but... Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. So now this is working again. Because previously we weren't getting more migrants. Can't wait to see what fun you dig up. I mean, you should be okay for this layer. But it's not just you. It's also Kavish. Sounds like you've stolen some illegal books, would be my guess. If dwarves are suddenly becoming necromancers, it means that there's a book in your library that contains the secrets of life and death. I was about to say, where's this water coming from? It's coming from up here, it looks like. All right, so that's going to leak out there. And, Raybrit, you may want to get out of here right now. Well, if you die... Holy shit. Well, didn't die. Didn't die. Didn't die. I repeat, didn't die. I'm clipping that. And didn't get injured. Yep, 69 years old indeed. How's the demons? It's not breeding, unfortunately. Still just a twosies. Kind of sad it's not a threesies. We're hoping, but just kind of doing cleanup right now. Wait, hold on a second. What is that? Oh, it's black diamonds. Okay. Let's just go around cleaning up the rest of this. And then we're going to work on surface stuff for a bit. That's going to be the plan. What's up, Crandlematic? Still haven't changed your name to Crundalicious. I'm a little bit disappointed. I need to top off my coffee. Nice chalk, bro. Well, thank you. Okay, so we're now up to 166 dwarves again. Which is what we want. Why's the game paused? Oh, dare. Watch Raybrit to come down here and then just die after having that heroic, I'm gonna jump off of the lava and survive setup. Ten tackles. Hello. Greetings indeed. Welcome to the Twitch. Well, the channel to watch Dwarf Fortress, I suppose. And occasionally other things. Making coffee? It's always a good time of day when you're making coffee. I apologize for scaring you awake. Were you, like, just sleeping with, like, the stream up or something, Bastet? I was found dead. Deucem, did you just kill me? Malfall, did you just kill me? Nope. Deucem, did you kill me? Oh, I threw a tantrum. Ah. I probably deserved it, to be fair. Was there a fight? Who attacked who? I got attacked by a weaver? So Deucem killed me. Well, clearly, just like real life, I just had a shower. That sounds like a horrible idea to make the Monarch a miner. If you want to kill your Monarch, you could do that. I don't believe in intentionally killing your Monarch. I quite like my Monarch, actually. And I'd like to keep the Monarch. Apparently. Another one. Now I can be a skeleton just like in my profile picture. Oh, absolutely. What are they all doing? All getting drinks? Yeah, they're all getting drinks. In this particular playthrough, yeah, C-Tricks. Blind Ghost is best ghost. If somebody donates $100 in bits, I will consider listening to that advice. Otherwise, absolutely not. I do need some animals that need to be pastured, so we should do that. I've had so far in the Steam version. Honestly, the whole history of this faction is pretty wild. It was a dwarven faction that largely was just two major fortresses and a bunch of helixes, and the only thing that they really did was take part in sport. They organized wrestling competitions and events, and people would come from far and wide to take part in our wrestling and sprint competitions. And then one day, after a failed friendship, the elves attacked. There was some small skirmishes with the humans and the goblins, but generally most of the factions were really good friends with the dwarves, including the elves, until suddenly out of nowhere they attacked us. And then after 10 years of a horrific war, they eventually agreed to peace for a period of time. But then the actual, like, sad part is after agreeing to peace, and an alliance, the other elven faction then turned around and invaded, and they not only destroyed our mountain home and our main fortress beside it, but they also exterminated the extent of our helixes, bringing the population of this faction down to only 2. And everything else I've done has been just to rebuild it. No, they don't hold competitions. It's a Legends mode only thing. The procedurally generated sports are not in Fortress mode yet. But the thing about Legends mode is anything that's in Legends mode is a planned feature for Fortress mode. So, you know, the procedurally generated sports are one of those things. They usually end up being some variation of sprinting races, running races, or throwing item races events. Sometimes they get a little bit more complicated than that, but usually it's just like, we throw items. So that's why you get the crossbow throwing competitions and the shield throwing competitions and stuff like that. The stairs are because they're optimal for frames. That's why they're in that, like, X pattern. You want a goblin throwing competition? Be very, Wolf of Wall Street. How much frames do stairs save? What, those stairs? I have no idea exact numbers, but I usually have better frame rates if I use this particular pattern. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making a minecart route. But in order for this to work, they can't turn on the ramps. So I have to make sure that the turning spots are flat. So this right here should be flat. So they come down this hill here, flat, and then they go down again there. Just have to make sure that it's all just one tile apart. They outlawed dwarf throwing in the 90s. The thing is, like, I quoted that's very Wolf of Wall Street, because in Wolf of Wall Street there is a sequence where they bring in some hired air quotes freaks, and they are actual people with dwarfism, and then they have a throwing competition of them, which has been made illegal due to being extraordinarily ableist in most civilized countries. But it's a sequel of that, or a sequence in that movie, which is based on actual events. So, you know. Which is why I say goblin throwing. That's very Wolf of Wall Street of you. The fortress was just too complicated for this series. I mean, deciphering other people's maniacal machines is always kind of fun. Even if it just ends with me going, I don't actually know where that goes or what that does, but that's cool looking. It just shows the breadth and possibility of the game, you know? Oopsies. That needs to be one up. That needs to get erased. You think I messed up the ramps? Yes, I did. This right here is supposed to just be a flat dig. And then you need to be right there. We're getting close to the bottom, though. Yes, you can erase multiple Z levels at once. You used to be able to place multiple burrow levels at once. No, that's wrong. But for some reason in this version of the game, you can't place multiple burrow levels at once. So this is how you build your ramps down for wagons? Yeah. No, I mean, this is kind of the way you build ramps. But I'm just doing it for a minecart route, right? Doing it for a minecart route to bring stuff up from the basement. Let's keep digging. Let's keep on digging. It's like that one Linus Tech Tips bit that was actually funny. Keep on digging, Ubisoft. Keep on digging. And you know what? They kept on digging, and look how far it's gotten them. They should have taken their advice. And not kept digging. Not a huge Linus Tech Tips guy, but I do think that one bit was really funny. I might want to check from the top. Oh, I'm definitely going to do that before I start digging. It's the reason the game's paused. But we can start this from all the way up here. There's probably more than one spot it's screwed up. I mean, there's actually one whole layer here that's missing. From the looks of things. but it's okay. I can get down there way quicker. Because I can just do this. This is faster anyway. I'm just going to do it this way. This will be faster. So let's just go up to there, 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 and then up there, and there. Then that'll be the end of it. As long as all of them except for one are as long as all except for one are lying down. Yes, you can fit infinite creatures in one square. Seems fine now. Apologies for not doing a good enough job reading chat while I'm digging this, but digging like this requires way more focus than it should. Hello, Devilish. I'm doing all right. No, you can fit 999 or 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. This is common dwarf facts of dwarf physics. Also, if any of you are like me and are dumb enough to still have Netflix, there's a movie that I found on Netflix the other night, which I posted in Movie Talk Room on Discord. Pretty good. It's called Emily the Criminal. It's like an hour-and-a-half long little credit card fraud crime flick. I recommend it. It's actually a very enjoyable hour-and-a-half long movie, and it's very rare to find an hour-and-a-half long movie that's enjoyable. I literally just like went to critically acclaimed and then like searched for crime films, and it was the first thing that I spotted. Easy recommendation. Go watch that thing if you happen to still have Netflix for some stupid reason. Thermonuclear Catsplosion was a mod based on a bug that required a bug to be active. And while the bug was active, it essentially caused cats to, breed faster than they could get slaughtered, and then simultaneously also explode. Because the mod just made their blood hotter than lava. So Deucim, the Weaver, is the dwarf that killed me. There's also several points of disorderly conduct here as well. Seems like plenty of dwarves witnessed it, and then there was also 3 other accounts here of disorderly conduct, which is unsolved. I'm assuming it's also still Deucim. Make him a minor. Once he gets out of his sentences, that is. When I make that first one go up, I need that to not do that. That first one needs to go down. Actually, it just needs to go right to there. Yeah, there we go. That'll be fine. Let me just make sure that we're not still locked in a burrow. No, we're not. Sweet. Mostly because they'd be oddly shaped bedrooms? Then don't. Nobody's making you. Me getting killed is a Dogma movie moment. Not entirely sure what that means, but okay. Well, anyway, it seems like Captain of the Guard is still very enthusiastic about their job. So Deucim has been found dead. Drop kick it. Well, rather, Captain of the Guard kicks the Weaver. Yep, kicked him. Punched him in the upper left arm, bruising the muscle. Oh, wow. So broke his spine. Cool. Are you asking me if there's any news about the game? I think the next real news about Dwarf Fortress will probably be on the 1st, because on the 1st we'll get the Future of the Fortress, which is the Q&A that Tarn does, which I'll hopefully have done by Friday. So that's the next one. That's also going to be something that's kind of interesting about the bot streams that I'm going to be doing, or the streams on my bots account, because I'll be like editing a video and then being like, all right, chat, it's up. You guys can go watch it now, because that's going to end up happening probably more often than not. Check the first and bottom right from the corner of the spiral. Pretty sure the ramp on it won't work. This one? The first one? That'll work. I mean, I'm not sure which one you mean. You mean down at the bottom? I mean, I can always go through and correct it once it's constructed. Like, that's not a problem. Or do you mean like the digging up of it won't work? I mean, I could just do that. Yeah, I guess I'm just confused as to what exactly you mean. I looked at it and it is in fact false. Can you tell me what sea level you're talking about? You had a question and you saw it the other day. You had leggings and greaves assigned to the military, both of which are shaped. How do you get them to wear both of them? I mean, leggings are pants, so they replace their pants with leggings. And greaves are armor that goes over pants. I mean, this will work once they're going down. It's just not going to work for going up. Can you 10 down from the top? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about. But they wear both of them, Grillax. Tic Tac Joe, thank you very much for the tier 1. Any old time you want? Absolutely not, no. In fact, they're completely disabled right now. It's every 45 minutes and it's first come, first serve, so it's a big, like, it's practically a lottery. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, so we'll figure it out when they get to it. If you could tell me what layer it's on, I could tell you, but you're not telling me. I mean, like, that'll work, that'll work, that'll work, that'll work. Oh, I see which one you're talking about. It's this one. I mean, here, we'll do it this way. But like my kind of attitude towards like digging ramp setups like this is I can always fix it once it's dug too, so I don't actually care that much if I break it somewhere. So don't worry about it too much. We'll figure it out. No, I know what you mean, Rear Admiral. I get it. Like you're explaining how a system that I know how it works, right? They can wear clothing over top of clothing, and they do all the time, and it's not a problem. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, find me a dwarf that's wearing 12 shirts. You can do it. It's the same reason you sometimes end up with dwarves with 3 helmets on. But also, like, they wear clothing and also armor. And they're both on the same layer. And they're both the same, like, they're both considered clothing. Do I play TF2? No, I play good games. I don't know why what's with the unnecessary dig at TF2, but I did not enjoy TF2. No, I won't. Don't need to take it back. Now, I know exactly what they're talking about, but no, I don't play TF2. You must say ouch. I don't like playing multiplayer shooters, and I haven't since maybe 2009 was around when I stopped enjoying playing that type of game. Kind of just grew out of them. Follow as they carve ramps. Team Fortress 2 would be TF2. I would play more TF2 if it was still a game that was for sale, that wasn't full of kind of cruddy microtransactions and gambling ecosystems. I said ecosystems weird, but I think you know what I mean. I'm looking up an address of a place that a friend of mine literally just sent me a request saying, hey, could you get me the link to this place? So hold on a second, chat. All right, sorted. Let's watch this dwarf dig this tunnel. Any wild guess for the next patch release? No idea. Sometime in February. That's all I know. What I did do, though, is I sent Kid Fox a request recently saying, hey, can we get, like, a specific, like, email list for creators so that we can get a general idea of when patches are going to drop, like, a week before? Does the shaped tag effective do anything? Depends on the size of the item. So if it's, like, a split item, Dwarf can't make it, but Dwarf can probably wear it, unless it specifically states that it's sized for humans. There's plenty of items that you can't make in Dwarf Fortress that dwarves can still use. Is this a 16 by 16 embark? Absolutely not, no. No, this is a, 6 by 6, I think? Well, I did it again, so that's okay. So what we'll do is we'll go here. We'll go down one. We'll go here. We'll go here, we'll go here, we'll go here, we'll go here, and we'll go there. We'll just do that wherever I screw up. That's fine. I think that's in the older versions of the game that it's specified as large. I don't know if it still specifies that way. You hope a better miner takes the job this time? What? It's less the miners and more the project planners, right? The project planning is the issue here, not the miner. On guns and PZ? I don't have one. Why would I have an opinion on guns and PZ? Ooh, a bone carver is making an artifact. Where's this artifact dwarf at? There you are, in strange mood. Let's follow you, Oozle. See where you head off to. The architect is me who hired me. I don't, I ask myself all the time who hired me. Chat, why did you hire me? Why are you letting me do these bad things? Also, I do have to say, I love the fact that chat's just like, Blind, I love your forts. They're so beautiful. And then I get one tile off in a stairwell. I'm like, I'll just fix it by digging a circle. And then chat's like, who hired you? Who let you on this project? What the fuck is... Why are you here? You're not allowed. Bah! Eh. All right, so rough gems. Lots of rough gems. Cut gems as well. Crypt Rave? Oh, my petty, thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. It's a baby. You get to name it. It's not mine. Please don't accuse me of that. I didn't do it. This is my main tactic when people make a Twitch baby is I deflect. Deflections. I didn't do it. It's not mine. Keep it away from me. Yeah, they need skeletons, chat. How creepy. And Admiral Praxis as well with the Prime for the 2nd month. Take my oligarch money. Somebody has to, right? The money of the American oligarchs. I mean, Orange, that is the correct response. Called calcium? You're so dense. Someone needs to look up old memes. You know, it's funny. Like, I describe myself as somebody who doesn't like memes, yet my channel is themed after an old meme. Somebody go look up Mr. Bones' Wild Ride and, like, at Lyagushka with a link. I want to get off this wild ride. No, you can't get off the wild ride. Just keeps going. But, you know, if you helped me get Calcium Crypt up to 100 followers, I don't know, I'll feel like I achieved something today. Because we're doing sneaky streams over there. There's things fighting. That's not good. Okay, how? So, there's a dead person in the fort. English is dead. Because apparently, there's a drone ant person that got into the fort. Via this somehow. I don't see the ant person, but I do see a shield, a thing in a shield there. It appears that just a single cook was killed, but I'm not actually seeing them. So I'm just going to station the military here for a second. We'll just see if we can spot them. Oh, I see. There's also a dead dog and oh, I see them. There they are. Look at this ant person that has snuck into the fortress. Well, we shall send out a kill order. Go make them unlive. It appears to just be running around and stabbing dwarves to death in my temple. And now he's a schmear on the pavement. That's kind of horrific. That this drone got in. Apparently even the queen was fighting as part of that. Where are you? What'd you fight with? The queen struck at the drone Ant-Man, but the shot was blocked. The queen lashes the drone ant spearman in the right wing with her named whip, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Well, it's a good thing that we gave the queen a weapon. That she appears to have killed a thing. Seems like it. I mean, we did in fact. She's watching a cooking demonstration. Yeah, we gave her the demonic whip, the searing metal scourge. And she just used it to rip a thing apart. No, but they can build little underground communities in caves and such. Chat, we're about to get hit by an ad break, and I'm going to use this opportunity to real quick take a leak. I will be back in a sec. Yeah, you don't have ad block, Sniper, but subs don't see ads. Because I'm not a monster. Which just means people should gift subs to people who you see who don't have subs. So yeah, it looks like we lost a few cooks, which is a shame. But fortunately, this is a fixable problem. I can put a wall piece right there to block off access, right here. And I can put 2 more wall pieces right here to block off access as well. And then I just need to... yeah, that stair doesn't go anywhere. Briox, thanks for chucking a sub at Lyagushka. Your ad block is working? Yay! The only request I have is please don't promote specific ad blocks in my chat. You're welcome to talk about them in Discord, though. Because Twitch doesn't really like that. Okay, so Dwarf has run off and is collecting skeletons from the looks of things. We'll follow you, see where they head off to. Yeah, it's up to the streamer. So if a streamer's just like, I'm sorry, Twitch is just showing you ads, even though you're subbed, they've opted on because it's off by default. So it's a setting you have to manually go in and turn on. How go the tongs of sizzling? You're happy enough with Twitch Turbo? I really need to just pay for Twitch Turbo again. You never knew? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things in Twitch and YouTube where it's just like, oh, this streamer said it was this way. It's like, yeah, no, that person's lying to you because it's profitable. It's usually the case. Apparently, Twitch is like gonna try and make like Turbo better over this next season, but we'll see when they actually do it. Because you get ads on your own channel, and Ad block Plus is very good. Thank you very much for subscribing. Is that a direct targeted gift, Anonymous? Because that's funny. You have a question about my mist generator from the quick tutorial? You powered it with a water wheel, and the water wheel leaked around the statue. Oh, and the water leaked around the statue. It happened once when you turned it off? Yes. And then it happened with it turned on. You will get the occasional spill. When it turns off, the water will fall. But you will get the occasional spill. The statues are just supposed to minimize the spills. As the spills usually happen when a dwarf collides with the water tile, which can happen quite easily if it's just flowing nonstop. It's like gifting a sub to Cash App, Orange. What's up, Lobster? How's things? Which, you know, at Cash App does actually have an official thing here. Why are you fighting with a Gorlak? Also, hold on a second. What? Festiva, are you in my caverns? If so, how did you get there? No, you're not. Okay, so how... Because Gorlaks are one of the only, like, lawful good creatures in the game. They have the highest empathy of any creature in the game and are non-combatant. Works secretly. Sweet. So you've gathered sheep's bone, rough onyxes, dog leather, shale, gabbro blocks, rough star sapphires, cushion rose quartz cabochons, and rough rose quartz, and rough star sapphires. Good guy, Gorlak. Yeah, Gorlak. He's here to guide and assist and be good. Also, I could probably just engrave these, can't I? All right, you. Still going. All right, well, I can engrave these down to there. And you right here. Oh, I screwed up again. That's fine. That'll be fine. Pablo is stumbling around obliviously, which is a shame. Am I going to be using rollers? Nah, this will just be manually pushed. No reason to use rollers on this one. I'm just going to be using it for bringing gems up anyway. This stockpile needs to go away, though. How's your farmer doing? I haven't done the full dwarf roll call yet. But Artemis is currently carving a track. A little lonely. You were forced to endure the decay of a friend, which made you sad. And you're wearing old clothing. But, you know, you are improving that slowly. I agree with Azrael. You're a monster, Maz. Are we the baddies? Not until the villains update. Why my phone going off? Is it something important? No. Alright, well, they're just going to continue digging that slowly. The next thing I need is this, which I think is a stockpile for just uncut gems, right? Okay. I need a little stockpile here for just cut gems. Just cut gems. Gems. Just cut. And this one can be like a third of the size. Go down to like that. It'll be fine. You have 2 abbots in your population now. Is there something that you can and should do for them? If they're not in the monarch screen up here, there's nothing you can do for them. Like, they don't need anything. Which, by the way, I need to make quivers, 3 ballista arrows, 3 quivers, and a shield, and 3 chain. Three of those. A adamantine ballista arrow, apparently. Get rid of those. And, quiver. And I think 1 shield. And there was one other thing that they wanted. List arrows, shields, quivers. You want chains. I think that's everything. Lord Uba, thank you very much for this 2nd month. Welcome back. You're always trying to make an adamantine ballista arrow. It's like this subconscious need that all dwarves have now. It's very strange. Is there a way to figure out if your map has coal veins? Once you're embarked, or you just have to start digging. You don't know if it's going to be there. A lot of Dwarf Fortress is just discovery, and it depends on the type of materials you have available. All right, so let's like this, but also cold-blooded. Were you just like spam clicking it? Genuine question. What kind of dwarf would you like? I don't think you currently have one alive in the fort. Do I have any pets? I have 12 houseplants. Does that count? Well, 14. 14 technically. I technically have 14 houseplants. But some of them are sitting in jars. You're the ever-dying military dwarf? Beard preference or no? Wait, what risk level do you want? Do you want high risk level or lowish risk military? Lowish means that you're up here in the very nice barracks with the water stuff, and then high risk means you are down here and the last line of defense before possible Satan. You have a question. You have a necromancer in your fort, and you want her to raise your dead. Problem is, you get those petitions from monster hunters, and they want to stay and eradicate monsters. Would they slay your undead dwarves? No. Well, so there's 3 kinds of undead you can get, right? You can get dumb neutral undead, which are just friendly wild animals that just kind of wander around in like a 4-tile square and just kind of exist, and they're fine. There are evil undead, which you'll have to fight, and then there are intelligent undead, which are just part of your faction, and the monster hunters will be like, oh, they're part of my faction, and then they're just fine. No beard for so you want to be in this deeper one? Got it. We'll give you Urist. The Bone Carver has created Kinningus, a sheep's bone scepter, and offers it to the chunky orb. Chat, do we care to read that one? It's up to you guys. Sword-blooded. You are wielding a named sword and a steel shield. You have a pet goose and a pet cat. And she never becomes angry, and she tends to avoid crowds and is a little wasteful when working on projects. She is quite polite and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she often feels discouraged, and she can handle stress. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is often lustful, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not really care about anything anymore. What's up, Yed? She personally sees merrymaking as a waste and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes graphite, bismuth bronze, resin opal, and cow leather, and the color heliotrope and picks. And tiger men for their stripes. Of course. And young yam plants for their tubers, in the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the meadow of summer, and when possible prefers to consume giant chipmunk, muck roots and finger mullet beer and cacao beans and rambutans, and absolutely hates moon snails. Where does this stop? Is it just because a dwarf hasn't dug it yet? Okay, a dwarf just hasn't dug it yet. Lastly, you have almost no friends, and you're a militia dwarf. Lustful is never wrong. No friends? Yep. Just like real life. Actually been kind of weird. I've found a group of people that I've been hanging out with, and I don't know how to deal with it. But it's been nice. Actually having some friends. No, that won't work. It's too close. Need you. Take over by a few. Go down by one. Go down by one. Up, down, and around. It depends on the kind of friends. And also the kind of eating. But also, are they really friends if you haven't had the conversation of, okay, who gets eaten in the zombie apocalypse? Because I am of the opinion, if you haven't had that conversation, you're not actually with a group of friends. Yeah, okay. Apparently everybody's smoothing floors. Oopsies. Instead of doing what I really actually need them to be doing. Have you really never had that conversation with a group of people you know, Fortress? I wonder if it's like a generational thing, right? It's like certain generations just, like, if you grew up in an era where the, you know, zombie survival manual was a very high-selling book, then maybe. What's up, Allie? Those things. Watched Green Butchers, and there are several... What was that? Was that movie called White Snow? I'm trying to think of that movie that was literally just like Nazi zombie army. The movie. I'm pretty sure it was White Snow. Dead Snow? Was it Dead Snow? White Snow, something else. Is there a movie? There's probably a movie called White Snow. That's got to exist. But Dead Snow is the movie I'm thinking of. Or maybe I'm confusing like Dead Snow and White Noise. Two separate movies? I mean, that's fair. I'm Gen X, so I don't give a shit. Yeah, that's totally fair. Different movie, Crundalicious. Also, you changed your name. I respect the commitment to the bit. You only remember the Nazi zombies from Wolfenstein? Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. How did I somehow not smooth that one corner? It's impressive. Also, this is going to bother me, and there's no way that I'm going to get these out of here, so I'm just going to hide all of these boulders. I know that they're there, but it bothers me that I see them. To be fair, Drive is one of the best movies I've seen in the last, like, 5 years. Drive was excellent. Every minute of Drive was absolute mastercraft. Fantastic film. No demon babies. No demons. I didn't actually check, but I could see if they're, like, not into each other using DF hack when I cleaned stuff up, but I didn't. We're gonna place a bunch of coffins and make another round of tombs. To use the old ASCII in the Steam version, you had to look for DF for quite a few years. Wasn't on Steam yet. So the free version is still ASCII, and the free version still exists, and the free version looks like this. So, yes. Still making coffins. But yeah, the way you get to and from is you literally just click use classic ASCII glyphs. Sometimes it makes the game run better, which I think is kind of hilarious. Like, there was definitely somebody on the Discord who was just like, so with graphics on, my game runs at 15 frames a second. With graphics off, it runs at 45. What gives? It's like, pixels. Yeah, still no zoom. Well, I mean, the game hasn't been patched, so why would there be zoom? Everything Everywhere is up for an Oscar for Beck's... Are Oscars happening right now? Really? All right, let's do that. What was that? What else died? Oh, a weaver's been missing for a week. Well, that's not good. This is still a very high death fortress. Even though, like, I've cleaned things up a bunch. I'm not even sure how things are dying. Actually, chat, how much do you guys want to bet that this dwarf almost here got stuck on the roof? Nope, not seeing them on the roof. Yeah, like the Grouch? Like that, Oscar, obviously. That's definitely what we're talking about, yep. 100%. Did the Ant-Man have another victim? Maybe. It's hard to tell. But, like, you know, when you get this many dwarves, mysterious disappearances are just going to be kind of part of the game, right? And that's one of the things I love about Dwarf Fort, is that a body will disappear, and then 3 years later you find the skeleton, and it's, like, just in a wall somewhere, and you're like, shit. I love that part of Dwarf Fort. It's one of my favorite, like, crap moments. It's just like, you see a dwarf and you're like, yeah, and you're married, and when you're reading their description, and then it's just like, but you're really happy after being forced to endure the decay of a spouse, and you're like, I'm sorry, what? Then you jump to the location of their spouse, and their location is just like dead in the caverns somewhere, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. We sealed those off a decade ago. Meaning, I sealed your wife into the caverns. Fuck. Yeah, exactly. Dwarves are drunk like 98% of the time, so things are just going to happen. Alcohol is not an excuse, but it is a solution, so... In Dwarf Fortress, when everybody's drunk, it's inevitable that someone will die someday. It's inevitable. Also, I'm going to do a thing that's potentially mean, but Allie, I don't know if you're listening to me right now, but chat room, do you guys enjoy watching people that are completely clueless about learning Dwarf Fortress on stream? No, occasionally. See, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, it's this weird, painful thing. But whenever I'm in Allie's chat, there's always somebody who's just like, so when you streaming Dwarf Fort? And I don't know if it's just because of me being in proximity and being around, but I honestly think that it's not the easiest game to just sit around and learn on stream. It's actually quite hard, even. So what I'll say is this. Because whenever I'm around, she's just like, someone always just asks her, only learn to play Dwarf Fortress if you actually want to. Because it does take a while. You watch clueless people when you know the game well. It's an interesting point of view. Yeah, it usually just makes me want to put my forehead through the wall. But once people kind of get past the initial, like, how do I build things? And then I'm good. Game, why are you taking so long to save? I have uncompressed saves on. Works for you? Well, good to know, Commander Honk. Not trying to teach sometimes. It's funny because people who don't know like my history with this game have started trying to teach me to play it, which is funny. Like the YouTube audience has gotten to a point where, like, you know, they're comparable level of game knowledge to me in some cases, but like, you know, I'm stuck in my ways and I'm not gonna pretend any otherwise. Like, I'm absolutely going to keep doing things that are suboptimal that I've been doing that are suboptimal since before this version that I'm aware are suboptimal, and I just don't care. And it's starting to bother some people. Like, I think because of all the tutorials I've made, some people think of me as this, like, video game guru, and it's like, that's not true at all. It's like, I am an above average player, maybe. I just fuck around and have fun. Well, I mean, did I tell you about the person who linked me my own tutorials, Mez, in somebody else's stream? I popped in and was just watching, and it was Dwarf, right? And they casually were just like, well, since you're a new player, like, do you want some tip? Like, the streamer was joking with me about that. And then somebody in the chat was just like, oh, yo, you know, like, if you actually are... And I just was, like, fucking around and playing along because I thought it was funny. And then somebody in the chat was like, yo, if you're actually looking for tutorials, like, this channel is great, and linked my YouTube channel. And I was like, hold on a second. Like, you know that's me, right? And it was very much an, oh, wow. It was very funny. Very, very funny. It was like this one time I was watching the developer of the game Wayward streaming his own game, and somebody in his chat started unironically telling him that he was playing wrong. And then he's like, you know I made this game, right? It's like I literally made this video game. The big open spaces are suboptimal. The way I run my military is suboptimal. The fact that I very rarely automate jobs is suboptimal. I mute job cancellations rather than figuring out why jobs are canceling half the time. You know. The Archie didn't register. That's fine. No, not Wayward, Terran Frontier. Wayward. Just Wayward. Is Terran Frontier even out? Oh, it is. Wow. I completely forgot that game existed. No, just this. This game. The game I was talking about. It's trying to be Cataclysm, but on a desert island. Or a tropical remote island. But, you know, not open source. It's kind of neat and has some of the worst UI decisions I've ever seen in my life. Which is why I don't play it more. Is this a cavern fort? Mostly, yeah. We've got a bit of a burny surface, though. Super unrelated to Dwarf Fort, though. The developers of one of my most anticipated games released a single track from the soundtrack yesterday, and I'm so fucking excited. And that, like, all I've seen is a single track from the soundtrack, and it had me going, oh my god, I need to play this now. Brigador Killers, actually, not Homeworld 3. I'm not that excited about Homeworld 3. Passively interested. I probably won't stream it, though. RTS games are really difficult for me to stream. But no, the game's Brigador Killers. I actually linked the 2 tracks in Discord. These 2. The Bull was the one that they put out. This one's been up for a bit. It's just been unlisted. But this one, oh. Oh! Well, Commander Honk already has a dwarf, and it's gift a dwarf, not gift a goose. So, no. Alternative. I know it's farthest, but farthest frontier is probably a better name. So I know if you ever see him in chat, his name's Kortemacher. He's head of community relations and influencer key distribution for Hooded Horse. Anything that's published by Hooded Horse, I probably already have key for, even if I haven't streamed it. I don't have key for that one, but I'm waiting on that one. Mostly because I really want to play a, what's the word I'm looking for here? What's the correct word that I'm looking for here? I really want to play an Expanse game or games that look and sound like the Expanse. But I don't actually want to play that Expanse, like, story game that they're making because, like, come on. Come on. Make a real video game. And to me, Farthest Frontier looks like the Expanse, so it has me all going. I don't play 4X games on stream, so I won't play any of their 4X stuff. Just pretty blunt about that. I've had a really hard time convincing people to watch 4X in the past, and I don't think that's going to change. You kind of have to... 4X is kind of like Dwarf Fortress. If you don't stream only Dwarf Fortress, your stream's going to struggle. I would say Terra Invicta is a rad game, but people I know who stream grand strategy games have been having a hard time streaming it. It's just so dense. Well, to give you an idea, the last 4X I tried streaming was Humankind. And when I streamed Humankind, I generally had, you know, about 100 people watching me play Dwarf Fort. We had 26 average over 3 days of Humankind. Wow. Elven ambush. That's a little skibby. They are, well, they've taken my trapdoor already. That's awkward. Well, I can't do Elven BBQ Inc. because they've taken the trapdoor. We can win. I have faith in my army. It's just going to be a bloodbath to clean up. We're also getting attacked by a goblin thief. I beg your pardon? Well, let's do this. Assign all soldiers. It's going to be a bloodbath. We'll be fighting here. Good thing we have a pretty stacked military, though. Chaos Ruiner is fishing. They did request to be a fisher dwarf. Unless they're just scattering. They also appear to be mostly poets. There's Plump Helmet Men in the basement. Look at that. Yeah, they're mostly bards and poets. And they appear to all be scattering. Are they just leaving? Yep, they're leaving. Huh. Wonder why. I guess we foiled their plan. There's also elf named Goblin Bowman, so there are elves living with the... Or there's goblins living with the elves? Yeah, definitely. Look at that. That's elven gear. Huh. That's kind of interesting. You just had a 5-second siege? Oh, they showed up on the surface and then immediately ran away kind of deal? Oh, interesting. Something died. What happened, though? Hold on. Did a goblin... Okay, so what I think happened here, I think the goblins were sending in child snatchers. I think the goblins were sending in child snatchers right as the elves were sending in... Yeah, so that's what happened, because this guy's shooting an arrow at this dude. The goblins sent in child snatchers at the exact same time the elves ambushed us, and they scattered and are splitting, is what happened. Which means we're probably going to see the rest of the elven army in a second here. I mean, we're seeing war bobcats, and it appears that Kogan, the wrestler, is already in the fight. All right, well, we're running around cleaning up from the looks. Yep. You gonna get out of there, Dodok? Or are you gonna drown? Yes, you got out of there. Let's see where the most recent location is. It's Mafi. Yeah, it looks like we're running around and cleaning up their war capybaras. Or are these just capybaras that we're killing now? I don't actually know. They might just be killing capybaras now. I'm not entirely sure whether these capybaras are actually invaders or if my military has just decided to kill the capybaras. There is a goblin thief on the map still. Do you have a child in your bag? Nope. Well, I can set you to go be killed. Not bad, I would say. I would say overall that went pretty okay. All right, well, let's jump down to here and pull this trap lock lever. Let's unlock that again. We'll follow this guy. Fighting is happening between We're still fighting the capybaras for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why, but... I'll set all this stuff to be melted. And all of this stuff to be melted. All of this to be melted. That to be melted. Why not? Those two as well. Maybe my soldiers will get them. Maybe they won't. All right, we can turn off this now. Go back down. See how much of this they've completed. The neutral army of dwarves. Well, I mean, the dwarves are just like, why are there all these pesky peoples here? All right, we'll just stab them all. We're not picky, generally. All right. Everything seems to be opened back up. Dwarves can go back to training. This isn't exactly the side that I want them using as an entry and exit, but it is nice that they have to run through the waterfall to use it. Dies from capybara bite. Well, I mean, it's been brutal times. What is... So remember that dwarf that went missing, chat? I found them. As for how they got there, I'm assuming they got pushed off the ceiling or pushed off the roof. That, or I did in fact lock them up there. They tried to climb down, and no, you have to manually assign war dogs. So I'm assuming one of two things happened. Thing number one, they got pushed off by ant people. Thing number two, they got stuck up there when I told them to wall off the ceiling, and then they fell trying to climb down. Both are possible. Both are possible. Regardless, I do have a very easy way to get rid of the body here. I can just deconstruct this wall, which I'm not actually sure they can reach because this might be in the way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can't reach that. So I will deconstruct this wall, and that will drop this wall down a layer and into there. Or alternatively, what I could do actually is just not deconstruct this, and then we could just mine through this and this and just get the body. Which is probably the smarter one to do. Guess that they were cold. That's a little distressing to think about. All right, let's... follow this down to where it goes. I appear to have screwed this up yet again. Which is fine. There's just too many things to do for the dwarves. They're just very busy right now. They follow the one who trained them. They follow the one who trained them, but they need to be assigned to a military dwarf if you want them to actually go out on raids and like do attackings and things. Oh, probably, but I'm not assigning them to my military. I'm just letting them exist in the fort and act as local defense. I'm basically using them as cops, which I know is a weird sentence, but... Because if I just let the military dogs wander the fortress, then they're just, you know, doing things. How's the fort hanging? Pretty good. By the way, Tropic Communist, just because I saw you in chat about 4 hours late yesterday. I don't stream on Fridays, but I've started streaming for like an hour and a half to 2 hours of editing on Fridays and Mondays on my bots account. Right there. Any problem, Officer Doggo? Officer Doggo's a terrifying doggo. Fortunately, Officer Doggo does appreciate pets. God, there's so many bodies still being assigned. It's actually kind of terrifying. Trying to catch up on coffins. So yesterday when I streamed on that account for like 2 hours before I started, it had like 18 followers or something. I wonder if we've hit 100 on it yet. We were getting pretty close. Let's get those assigned. All of that assigned. You know, I've heard mixed responses about that. I've seen dwarves get happy about a tastefully arranged coffin, but that's similar to like how they'll be happy about seeing a nice table. I don't know if they actually pay respects to tombs. I do know that they get upset if a friend or relative is left to decay, essentially meaning if you just let a body rot, regardless of if it's memorialized, they get sad thoughts if that happens to their family members. You're number 100? Hell yeah. There's like a weird part of me right now that, okay, so long story short, one of my teammates, FG Squared, made an account called Live in Outer Space, where she streams basically herself like doing off-stream work, but she does like pretty long streams over there, right? And she got it affiliated and is kind of joking about trying to get it partnered. Do you think we could partner a second account before she does? It's like a fun, like dumb side goal for the channel. Is there a reason I door tombs? Because it lets me use the multi-select option. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Heck yeah. What danger? What danger? I'm in danger. At least I made this. I made this danger, so there's nothing to fear. Stranger danger. Something like that, yeah. No fun, only danger. Is there anybody melting metal object? Sorry. Doesn't appear to be. Do I not have a melt metal object job assigned? Do. Oh, I see. It's because it's set to one shot max. Okay. But that was because I wanted to melt down the godlike materials and get more out of it, but nah. Whatever. Close that down. So maybe what I need to do is just do this. Can use any shop. There you go. You ended up getting a queen? Well, good for you. I really hate Dwarf Therapist. It removes the vast majority of the reason why I play Dwarf Fortress, which is the story generation stuff it does. There's a sparrow right there. Come the migrants. Got all of them. It's a good number of migrants, actually. Mailman just gave you new wax by AAL. Oh, hell yeah. They all haul by default, though. Forgotten Beast Anna has come. An enormous serpent with external ribs. It has a short trunk and a bloated body. Its eyes glow amber. Beware its poisonous gas. Ooh. That's a cool looking thingy. I love the way the snakes look. Snakes look cool. Different kind of wax, but yes, still wax. Cool critter, that. Yeah, poison gas is pretty brutal. Should let them have a quicker way in. And people are no joke. I would turn down the number of invaders that you get, Jerry Gord. By the way, that tower thing that you built, holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. That's all I have to say about that tower, is holy fucking shit. Can I just say this is a very funny email that I just received, especially because I might actually take it. Redacted Game is awaiting a remake of the new legendary city builder, Redacted. You guys can maybe figure out what it is if you go digging. According to our algorithms, and your audience have a 100% affinity for games like this. I didn't say it, Ruin, you did. Huh. 100% affinity. Did you know that you guys have 100% affinity? How do they know? I just looked at my stream history. Dwarf Fortress. No, it's a thing for Pharaoh. I mean, I do like Pharaoh. I might actually, depending on what it is, I might actually take it a look after stream. It's just funny. Oopsies. I don't want you to go up. Oh, I see. It's because I'd already clicked it. You purchased 10 yesterday? 10 what? 10 redacteds? You know, it wouldn't actually surprise me if they made a Barbie city builder. That wouldn't actually surprise me. Although, I feel like LEGO should make another LEGO city builder. Just because when LEGO makes, like, the non-LEGO games, Like when they made that Lego theme park game, that thing was better than it had any right to be. It was genuinely better than it had any right to be. All right, let's finish up this temple over here. Temple of the Dwarf. How is Barbie going to deal with... You know, Barbie is kind of one of the worst examples of over-glorified capitalism. Like, it's like, hey, let's glorify the blatant flaunting of wealth. And make everybody feel inferior. And have body dysphoria. It's a great toy for everybody. Growing up, I had 2 sisters. So there was a lot of Barbie in the house. A lot. Almost more Barbie than I had Lego. Corn Knob, thanks for the Prime. Cheers. I mean, they made the theme park builder from ages ago. This is 6x6, Jeff Fool. Or Jeff Fool. Barely getting by Barbie. I don't recall any broke Barbie. Or pay your taxes Barbie. What, the Lego theme park builder? I think it's literally just called Lego World. I do remember really liking the white trash Barbie. That's funny. I do remember really enjoying when my little sister got the Barbie Jeep, actually, which we got at a yard sale at one point. It was just like a Jeep, right? But it was like hot pink. So me and my dad spray painted it. We spray painted it red. And I would make tracks for it and like push it down the stairs. It was a good time. It was like a really big like plastic Jeep made out of shitty plastic. Most people say Jeff Tool? How do they turn an F into a T? Jet fuel. I could see jet fuel. People often read my name is Blindy, which doesn't really bother me anymore. It used to. I've grown up a bit, though. Pink, best pink. It's salmon! It's the best line from animated movie. It's salmon. It's not pink, it's salmon. Shoutouts to, am I blanking on the name of that movie again? Wreck-It Ralph. Good movie. I mean, initially okay, so originally it was, people just called me Blindy RL and didn't get it. Then Twitch made an IRL directory, and then everybody understood what it meant for a little bit. Because even in the IRL directory, the I was lowercase for in real life, right? And then everybody asked me if I was an IRL streamer for several years at conventions when they'd see my name tag or if they'd ask what my username was. Then they renamed I can't remember which happened first. Rocket League came out and they renamed IRL to just chatting. So then people started asking if I was a Rocket League streamer, which I still get when I'm in public. They're like, oh, do you cast Rocket League? No. No, I don't, actually. I do not cast Rocket League. But yeah, it's pretty much a can't win situation. I'm just going to keep like walling off areas where I'm just like, yep, I need to control pathing here because I certainly do. Is that like a skateboard brand or something? How on earth do you even get up to 5K height? What do you mean? In what? Twitch attention span is about 5 seconds long? Well, it's not that. I mean, it's like, I'm talking about like streamer events, right? So like PAX West, TwitchCon, that sort of thing, where most people are competing for the very, 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 very competitive spots on like the, I don't know, the Rocket League or the Overwatch directories, right? Like, people are competing for those top spots and, like, don't really realize that there's other games that they could stream, or other types of games that they could stream for that matter. And so the result is you just get a lot of people that just kind of look at you like you're a crazy person when you're like, yeah, no, I stream modded PC games, or yeah, no, I stream Dwarf Fortress. Although maybe now it would be a little bit less weird because the game's actually out. Devilish Potato, what kind of dwarf do you want? I am a really big Formula 1 fan, which is funny because I don't like cars, like, at all. Like, I'm not even remotely a car person, but really, 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 really enjoy Formula 1. Which is why there's a room on the Discord called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms, which I talk in there a whole lot during Formula 1 season. I don't really follow a team in particular. I'm just there for the drama. Perfect. But if you had to make me pick a team, like just a team that I like watching and cheering for, I like watching Aston Martin explode due to the guy who owns it just being a bit of a dick. So I'm looking forward to Aston Martin this year. Haas is just entertaining. I enjoy watching K-Mag because he's just amusing to me. I'm a fan of K-Mag. I wouldn't say I'm a fan of Haas. So yeah, at this point, anything that has entertaining drivers in it, basically, for me. It's whoever's got the most entertaining drivers. I really like watching Bottas. I think Bottas is a fun driver. Yeah, I'm more of a fan of drivers than I'm a fan of teams. It's kind of like esports. You don't generally be a fan of teams, you be a fan of players. Why is there a random donkey walking around my fort? Woodcutter, is there one axe dwarf or planter? If not, no pref on beard cat. I'm gonna find this donkey and slaughter it. Okay, where's this donkey at? Donkey? Where are you hiding? Okay, whatever. We'll get you named. You said woodcutter. We have 2 carpenters available that I could make into woodcutters. Holy shit, we have a lot of children in this fort. I'm not really using axes in the military. We're using swords. So I can give you I'll give you a legendary carpenter, and we'll give you an axe. So a devilish potato is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture, forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and very rarely develops negative feelings towards things after being forced to endure the decay of a friend in 252. He doesn't generally think before acting, and he has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He does not go out of his way to help others and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He can easily fall into love or develop positive sentiments and doesn't often feel envious of others. He is quick to anger, and he tries to keep his things orderly, and he likes a little excitement now and then and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and is often nervous. Gnaws on his cheek when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally finds himself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers and does not care about family one way or another, and he dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. And he personally likes alunite, trifle pewter, praise, giant gray langer leather, blue peafowl tooth, and gems and maces for their millstones and chickens for their clucking, and capybara men for their resonant barking and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness. And when possible, prefers to consume pear cider and absolutely hates bark scorpions. There you go. And we're about to get hit by another ad, so because I've been overhydrating this morning, I drank like a liter of water when I woke up because I was weirdly thirsty. I'm going to go use the toilet again. I'll be right back. Fortunately, bark scorpions are not that common. Lumi Blade, hello! Let's check on those coffins up there on the surface. Probably actually jump to the surface. Happy Saturday. Well, cheers back at you. It's been a nice Saturday stream so far. Pretty chill. My main goal of today is just making people aware that I've started streaming super chill editing stuff on my bots account, which maybe the mods could shout out again if they want. Well, technically, I guess stream on 2 accounts now. We'll see how long I stick with it, but we've boosted it up to 100 followers today, so that's a solid increase. It's Sunday morning. For you, it is! Streamer shouts out himself. That's how you know that you've peaked. It's like when you just start shouting out yourself. It's like, well, what's left? I shout out me? Well, this is good. I'm starting to no longer see coffins being dedicated to dwarves immediately. That's actually a good place to be. I think Silent Potato's probably just in Australia. Would be a very good explanation for that. Those poor Crundles. But yeah, when people are just like, but it's Sunday, my response always, yes, so you are from Australia. You'll do it again. Blind, but you'd stream on this day. Oh no, not this day. We're gonna dig through a bunch of these floors and we're gonna dump a bunch of buckets of water onto these and put these out. Actually, no, I don't do that because that's gonna dig through that. But what I do need to dig through is that and that. I mean, we could just give you shoutouts. You'd be terrified if you wake up on the 15th and you're in your bed. Well, I mean, hopefully you'll wake up on... wait, is it the 14th? Or, so for those of you who don't know, Orange is going to be crashing on my floor in the middle of February because he's moving here. And he needs a place to crash. Lights on the 14th? Okay, so 14th night is the night that you're crashing here, right? Which is a night I'll be streaming. Bill Tuesday, thanks for the raid. Check, can I get some raids for some raids? Some raids for the beers. Some beers for the raiders. Raids? Vile Force of Darkness. Kill the raiders! Alright, let's see. Does this make it up? Let's see. Looks like it. Excellent. So let's see if this can go to the bottom. The Forgotten Beast, Enira Ina Kathabe has come. A gigantic scaly bristleworm. It has a round shell and a bloated body. Its midnight blue scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its webs. Fuck that. That is evil. Evil, evil, evil. It's the deep of depths. Yes, indeed. Evil, evil, evil. It's just a headless snake. Uh-oh. It's just a writhing contortion of tentacles. That's disturbing. It's a very danger noodle. Fortunately, it doesn't fly. That's the only thing that could make it worse. No, Preox. Bad Preox. Well, it works. It connects. Sweet. It's a spaghetti, this is true. One punch in the head and it fell apart. One of my favorite Forgotten Beasts ever was killed because it was slapped to death by a troglodyte. It was made of snow. The strongest demon? The strongest thing I ever encountered in Dwarf Fortress was either the... Okay, so there was butterflies made of bronze that shot fire that I had in Hell once. That was pretty terrifying. But the only thing that insta-gived my entire fort without me having any ability to kill it was a... this is what? The Hills of Weather? The only thing that I've ever been able to... The only thing that ever completely demolished my entire fortress without me having any say was a steel horse. So a horse made of steel. It ran in and killed literally everything in the entire fort. Even all 4 squads of my military, there was nothing I could do. Also, now I really want to get attacked by an iron butterfly because I think that would be a very funny, obscure music reference. Is iron butterfly obscure? I don't know. Anyway. Forgotten Beasts are immune to lava. Generally. I don't think that they're that obscure. I'm sure kids these days haven't heard of Iron Butterfly. I actually have 2 Iron Butterfly albums, which I'm like, are Iron Butterfly obscure? I don't think they are. They're generally a dollar bin record. I do know that, like, one of their members got weirdly into UFOs at a point. I don't know if he still is or if he's even still alive, but... Like, he was one of those people that would show up on, like, Ancient Aliens and shit, which is kind of funny. Because Ancient Aliens theorists believe that their video game sucks, which is true. They made an Ancient Aliens video game, and it is terrible. And there's a port of it for PC, which is also terrible. Like, it's not even worth playing as a joke. It's so bad. Lyagushka! I need to read the thing. Quick time events cause boredom. Fear, hope, the frog united elves under 12 blind IRL's ducks. Picture questionnaires disappearing can strike spontaneously everyone. Anarchy is a sweaty practicality. Today is Sunday. All caught up. Sounds like you screwed up your automation a little bit. That or your manager is really, really bad at their job and very slow. Both are possible. So either you screwed up your parameters or your manager just hasn't gotten to their thing to reassign the job yet. Because a dwarf needs to physically walk across the fortress to reassign the job, right? Otherwise, nothing will happen. That or there's just no dwarves with the job assigned. Meat is just fucky. There's so many steps in mead, it's so easy to screw one thing up, and that's all you need to do is screw one thing up and then the whole thing breaks. No. It still hurts my brain. It's also less valuable than beer. My funny thing is that Tarns basically stated that, yeah, that was just like a oopsie, we missed it. It's like, because somebody in the interview was just like, why does a mead only have a value of 1? He goes, because we missed it when we were doing the rebalance pass, apparently. Just like, I respect your honesty, Tard. It's like, because we fucked up. Unlike in real life, where mead generally costs way more than beer. Why is this way? Because I oopsied. Let's see if I actually have enough marble. I do not. Okay. I have a job just to make marble blocks? I don't think I do. Rock blocks. Let's do 150. Do I have 150 marble is the question. No, I have like none. Well, it's time to mine out more marble. Fortunately, all of this is marble, so there's a lot of marble to mine. Where there is hornets, there is marble. Did anybody here watch Marble Hornets at all? Like when it was ongoing or otherwise? Because I was one of those kids that completely obsessed over that shit. Top 3 bug fixes I want to see and top 3 features you want to see? I hate answering questions like that. Like, genuinely, I do. Because you're putting me on the spot to come up with a definite list, which is going to change based on, like, my most recent experiences. I don't have a top 3 for bugs, but I would like to see that, yo, everything breaks and all jobs stop working fixed. Whatever causes that, I'd love to know. More just because I want to know what's causing it more than I want to see it fixed. Marble Hornets, yeah. It's basically like the birth of the, not the birth, but like the biggest example of this Slender Man mythos in pop culture. It was a YouTube show based on Slender Man. It was basically a YouTube horror series. It was kind of fantastic, actually. And they're all in like 2 to 5 minute parts. And by the end of it, it became like 30-minute parts, and then eventually they put it out on Blu-ray. But like, it's just all like found footage-ish stuff with like notes in between and like writing on screen. But it's like pretty well done considering it was done on no budget and it was just a bunch of college students. Especially when like they actually start having the creatures, like the makeup's pretty good. But yeah, so I would like to see that jobs bug fixed. And I would really like to see, I want to see the changes that they're making to the hospitals, which is supposedly in the next patch. And I also want to see the changes and fixes for archery stuff and, like, that sort of thing. Those are the changes I would like to see. And top 3 features, fuck if I know, whatever they want to make. I don't really care. Glad you can tune in for a bit. Is the rinse still active? Oh, like, is your kiddo still active? Well, I mean, I don't think they've died. Yeah, you're still here, playing make-believe. In your parents' bedroom. You have no friends. You become completely helpless in stressful situations. Sounds like a royal. You're 3 years old and you're a dabbling cook. Sometime in February. been that way since they stated when the next patch would be. Sometime in February. Remember if I made... You know, the funny thing is, with this setup, it would be relatively, and I'm going to just say relatively, because it wouldn't be entirely, but it would be relatively safe, actually. It would be relatively safe to just kick the minecart back down. It would be relatively safe. So I think I'm going to do that. Push it up, kick it down. What could possibly go wrong? We might turn some dwarves into red mist. Why is there forbidden stone behind a locked door? I mean, I could make it invisible if that would make you happy. But look at what's in that room with the locked door. Should answer your question. There's, kind of, it's Sharon and Steve, obviously. Obviously. That's a legendary, don't touch that. Yeah, don't mine through this wall for any reason. There's some very angry lizards back here. Really, Umbra? Well, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Also scrolling up. Have any experience with agitated creatures? You don't think that the no, those are new. If you want to, so I have if you want to avoid them entirely, you can just disable them in your difficulty settings. But agitated creatures are new to this version, and in my experience, the best way to deal with them is just put cage traps everywhere. But they are kind of bit of a pain. What I can tell. Add a second stop. This one will be filled with we'll just say gems. Which I don't actually have a stockpile for. And you're going to glide up. Yeah, that's fine. And then on the way back down, we'll just kick it up once it's got at least 0% full. So, well, when empty of desired items, we'll just do it that way. And up at the top, you will be giving items to that stockpile, but it doesn't actually matter. We'll be taking from the bottom stockpile. I can, apparently I have a steel minecart I could assign to this route. Which will take a little bit to carry down, but that's fine. And then I just need this to get dug out. Once they're finished digging whatever they're digging. Which is, yeah, okay, this area up here. We need that marble. Are the suggestions of taste and smell? My aunt and uncle, when I'm assuming you guys are talking about COVID, but my aunt and uncle completely lost their sense of smell and their sense of taste when they had COVID. It took about, it took from like early 2020 until like late 21 for my uncle to get his sense of smell back. death tunnel? Pardon? Well, I mean, if a dwarf gets stuck on the tracks, yeah, a bit. I mean, flu sucks too, will we? Although, I know that it's that you put a /s there and it's a joke, but it's literally not. It's actually a cold. It's a different type of virus. After cancer surgery? Aye. Can I ask what type of cancer surgery? And why that would be related to taste? We're off, Endora. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for hanging out today. Dwarves are pissed that they don't have cups. Well, they want cups, goblets, or they want cups, goblets, or mugs. Mugs are made of rock and are made at, I think, the mason shop. Cups are made out of wood at the carpenter's shop, and goblets are made out of metal at the metalworkers or glass. Is it crafter's shop still? Okay, I can never remember which one that got moved to. Mugs are crafters, cups are wood, and goblets are metal. Since productivity went up, hell yeah. Jugs are just for industry, yeah. They don't. Wouldn't it be cool if they used them like pitchers? It's like a dwarf just goes and fills up a jug of beer and puts it on the table, and then it's just like the community jug for a bit. It'd be neat. Right, yeah, you can also make them out of porcelain. There we go. Getting happier. Dwarves is a plus. What's up, Freeman? Thyroid cancer, and he got some irritation thing. Oh, and he lost his taste after. Okay, I gotcha. The side effects of chemotherapy and irradiation therapy are kind of wild. But, you know, better to lose your sense of taste than your life, right? All right, let's unforbid that book. Is there a particular reason why this cap is sitting here? Can we move that, maybe? Bored and drunk, regrets starting fist fight. It's just a standard night at the pub. Oh no, a sheep's been found starved to death. Anyway. Maybe found as a skeleton a few years later. Who knows? Speaking of, I should probably rebuild that wall. We did get the skeleton out, though, which is good. And I think I'm just going to put a door to this bottom bit down here. Maybe enemies will crawl in here sometimes, who knows? God, that is... This area just amuses the hell out of me for some reason. I don't think it should amuse me as much as it does, but there's just something very funny about, oh yeah, I've got 2 web-spinning forgotten beasts in my fort. They're just there shooting webs at some poor pig. It's the piggy that really makes it. Or like the bartender at the Overlook Hotel. I am not familiar with this. Does whatever a spider pig does. That much is true. Speaking of that much being true, this here is going to turn into a bucket water dumping zone. So I'm going to make you into a pit pond. We're going to dump water onto that, and it's going to be a pond. Maltese, thanks for checking out a community gift. I think that's actually the first gifted sub of today. Cheers. Means a lot. If I'm wrong on that, apologies, but I think that is the first gifted sub of the day. What's oh no, Salty Tempest? Looks like the Forgotten Beast, oh, I see. Salty Tempest, sub ran out, methinks. Is what that looks like to me. So dwarves will bring buckets of water down there. And this is finally going to get dug out. This is going to turn into a, I wonder if anybody's hauling that minecart, actually. Chaining up dwarves again, that's fine. Melt metal object. Duct meeting. They might not, okay, place track vehicle. Somebody is. You're just moving very slowly. Is the game slower? The bigger your fort get, the lower your frame rate go, and the frame rate is tied to the speed of the fort. Very much could be. Jerry Gord, thanks for gifting a sub to Salty Tempest. Just figured out how to get money on your Twitch wallet? Oh no. Seems dangerous. Just realize that Twitch can get very expensive very quickly, so don't do things you can't afford. Please. Get better at building your forts. I've never actually had a fort become unplayable since version 40 or so. Like, the lowest I've had it go is, like, it'll drop down to, like, 6 or 7 frames for a couple minutes, and then it'll jump back up. Because, like, something got stuck somewhere. But almost always just waiting will fix your frames eventually. Your work is trying to get people back in the office. You'll drive and scan your badge once a week, but you're not going back full-time. There was that one article that came out from some fucking CEO somewhere where he was just saying, you can't just say that I'm not going to go to the office anymore. And, like, the first comment on the link on Reddit with, like, 80,000 upvotes or something was like, you can't fire all of your employees. It's like, you fire literally everybody and then nobody will be left to work. Did someone say Twitch being expensive? Twitch can very much be expensive, Orange, yes. Which is also why I've, like, completely stopped pushing for, like, subs and stuff now that we've unlocked a bunch of emotes. Sounds like Elon Musk. It wasn't. It was somebody who works in the banking sector. I can't remember exactly who it was. I'm American CEO twitbag, you know. Normal Monday. Although I do think it's kind of funny that, like, you know, I've been majority work from home since 2016, right? So I've just been here. No, it wasn't Bezos. I honestly, actually, I can't remember who it was. I need to go dig for it. I think I posted it in Subscriber Screaming, but anyway, I could go scroll up so I can find it. Don't even need to go that far, probably. Ah, here it is. I didn't even need to go up that far. There it is. That's the particular article I was thinking about. McJerby! The clother is in a fey mood. All right, let's follow McJerby then. Where have you gone, McJerby? There you are! I don't know if McJerby's here right now. You're real close about retiring and not worrying about that mess. Your productivity is way higher at home, and the fact that you want to return, that they want you to return to their job is just BS. Yeah, I mean, it's just... It's a waste of resources to get to and from work for most people, as in, like, you know, gas costs and shit. And it's also just straight up unproductive and slow. It happens, Bison. Does happen. Is learning to swim in 3 out of 7 magma while wearing steel armor. I'm sorry, what? Like, is he on fire? Pilot guy, thanks for gifting a sub to Bison. Cheers, Pilot. No? Huh. So wait, hold on. Is he next? Is it? Does it say that he's swimming? And do you have temperature turned on? Yeah, I did say that a few hours ago. Well, I mean, we're still in that period of time where, like, I'm losing like 150 subs a day, basically, because we went from having like 20 something subscriptions. Like, hold on a second. Are you asking me, will it work back and forth? No, Freeman. So Freeman sent me this and asks, will this work? It'll slam that side, and from what I can tell, probably derail and not go back. I don't know. You can always turn it on, but my assumption is that this won't work. What you'd want to do is you'd want these to go in a circle, like this, with these bridges up. That would work. But this on its surface won't work, I don't think. Oh, actually, especially because those are going to open outwards. Yeah, no, it'll fly off the end. It's not going to hurt your frame rate, unless you got things pathing through it. And even then, it's not. Yeah, they'll just fly off the end. You need a wall on either side of it. How do you place minecarts? By making a minecart route using the minecart menu. I have a tutorial on how to set up a basic minecart track. I have like 5 on minecarts now. I mean, if you want to save frames, play on like a 2x2 or a 1x1 or like a 2x2 world. So just like a 4 square tile instead of 3x3 or 4x4 or 6x6. And set your population cap to 80. You're making an artifact, Jerby. So we're waiting. This is 6x6. You got here just in time. Yeah, I was just like, I don't know if Jeremy's in chat, but... You're a team leader? Hmm. You need skeletons? Bones. Okay, so I need to butcher something. Lots of bones. Don't slaughter the chained piggy. The chained piggy's important. You like the lower frames? I mean, you could just slow your frame rate down, too. I know one person who was playing with the frame rate locked at 30. Oopsies. Damage comes from the slamming into walls, not the minecart itself. Even platinum minecarts are not that damaging. They used to be very damaging. Burn the heretic? Don't burn anybody. Let people play the game the way that they want to. Remember, gatekeeping. Nobody does this. It sounds like it's mighty slow, Jerby. I haven't moved in over a decade now. Or almost a decade. Next year it'll be a decade since I've moved. There are very few things that could make me move at this point. Because even if they increase my rent by the maximum amount that they can legally increase my rent every year, I will still be paying less in rent than if I were to just go rent a new place now. Or get a fucking mortgage, for that matter. Because I've been in this one spot that used to be a really bad part of town, and now it's a significantly less bad part of town. Hooray for gentrification, but also it's making my rent stay low, so that's nice. 2 visiting dwarves walked onto the map and took a book from your library and designed... Well, it's a library. Do you not normally go to a library and take a book when you leave? Dwarves just don't have a check-in, check-out system. They might come back with it, though. I've absolutely had, like, dwarves come in, take a book, and then leave with the book, and then come back with the book, and then leave it again. There's a sushi rama on the first floor. 4 plates, and the guy said, just go for just 4 plates. Go for... How expensive is it? What? If your minecart doesn't crush anything in its path, it's simply not fast enough. This is true. $2 a plate? That's fucking cheap, holy shit. Because rent was going up by $100 each year. When you checked your old apartment a month ago, it's the same as your mortgage. Yeah, sounds about right. You need the lump sum, though, to buy a house, right? Like, December doubled my savings. But even if I were to throw all of my savings into buying a house, I wouldn't have enough for a down payment for a house right now. So, I mean, like, if you happened to have the down payment funds, then yeah, absolutely do it. But I don't want to move away from this part of town because I like it here. By that, I mean the greater Vancouver area, and housing's expensive here. Although supposedly we're due for a housing market crash because a bunch of our laws have changed limiting international buyers. So, give it like 5 years maybe. Got by with 5 down? Really? Yeah, they want like 15 down here. $15 to $20, yeah. 15's on the low end. You can get away with 15 for a condo. Because then you're also paying, like, strata fees and whatnot. But strata fees aren't cheap, generally. Heyo, Spectre. How's things? But I don't have any intention on buying something until I'm settling down, and I don't know when that'll actually be. I'd rather just live here and pay less than $1,000 a month in rent. Which is where I'm still at. Lucky Soft 81. What kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, no thanks, Shockwave. I'm good. I've lived my entire life with 0 debt of any kind. Never had loan debt. Never had more credit card debt than, like, a phone bill. And I don't intend on ever having any debt, so. Until I get a mortgage. It's just not worth it. In my opinion. For a 3-bed apartment, all utilities are included, so you haven't been renting for a while, I gather, Cyrolac. Although, to be fair, my rent is $9.60 a month Canadian, which is quite cheap. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege. but they are seeking a parley. Well, I'm going to seek a shut up and die. That's what I'm going to seek. I'm just going to make sure that this is forbidden. I will name your farmer, and then we will reject this parley. And then we will do the fight. So you said beard if possible? With beard, please, farmer if possible. I've got lots of farmers, so farmers is easy. I'll give you month cat. Muthcat, personality-wise, he cuts corners. He cuts any corners possible when working on a project, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. He is a nervous wreck, and he is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He takes pleasure in his talents and appearance, and he can get caught up in his internal deliberations when action is necessary. He's quite polite, and he rarely feels discouraged. He has a greedy streak, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is slow to anger, and he is trusting, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Parlay these nuts, indeed. He personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, is put off by family, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes coal, play pewter, white jade, giant harp seal leather, giant gray parrot bone, cotton fabric, and the color dark scarlet, spears and bucklers and bins in the words of the Tomb of Dying, and when possible prefers to consume... What? Wrong dwarf. And when possible prefers to consume strawberry wine and buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Also, I have something I need to check. Are those fires out yet? Yes, those fires are in fact out. Sweet. So I can erase these zones. Sweet. So I put out the fires on all those gems. We got more to do down here, but we'll do one thing at a time. There's a lot of things that we need, Matt. All right, so we are going to deny this. We are going to turn on the burrow. I'm going to just make sure that all the dwarves are assigned to it, which they are. We'll see how big of a siege this is going to be. This looks like a human siege, like a proper human siege. There also appears to be elves in their midst, which is interesting. It really is Bimbort. Is this lava bedrock different from the carnival? So semi-molten rock is like the base lava layer. You really like the tombstone? Yeah, basically the only thing at this point that I think that could make me move would either A, be a long-term relationship, or B, just like the perfect housing opportunity appearing, as in like the opportunity to buy something. Those are the only things that could really get me to move at this point, because I like where I live generally. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh shit, are you actually like a visitor? Ommo. Goblin Monster Slayer. We haven't had visitors since before I cleaned the save with the F-hack. He's an outcast of the Coalition of Incense. Interesting. Member of the Council of Mirth, which is an elven faction. Huh. Or a former member of this elven faction. What a time to visit. Yeah, I almost killed the guy. Anything fun equipped? No, just bronze. Well, welcome to the fortress, Monsty. If he asks to join, I'll let him. A spy? Oh, potentially. Former member, though. McJerby's begun their mysterious construction, which is good to see. We're just going to kind of have to keep an eye on this squad here. Because there is a lot of them. You wish to release Dobby? It's just humanite. I don't know if I would necessarily call goblinite a cute term, though. It's goblinite, humanite, spoils of war, whatever you want to call it, really. Gotta go, Freeman. We'll see you when we see you. Ugh. More invaders? Yep. Yep. Can you use or sell invaders' items? If they're in cages, you can dump their items. And if they die and drop their items, you can do whatever you want with them. Although if they're human-sized, you might need to melt them. You're still on the last fort in the YouTube vids? So wait, so Iron Shore? Yeah, that's a bit back. Alright, so there's this little cluster of dudes right here. I mean, we're still in the same world. It's still the same faction. So it's still the same story. Are they chasing capybaras? Why are you killing the capybaras? They're just terrified. I mean, this one finds a chaotic mess to the boredom of harmonious living and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, but not this kind of excitement. Why you murder capybaras? They literally did nothing wrong. They're just like chewing on the undergrowth and stuff. You big meanies. Bullying the local capybara population. They're just here to attack the furry loafs. Sad days. Why I lurking? Why you not lurking? Leave the coconut dog alone. Exactly. What's that? Oh, it's a two-legged rhino lizard. Look at that. It's a rhino lizard. It's a walking stick. Who wanted to give Dobby a sock again? McJerby the Clother has created Elmselbicit Kenitas, a pigtail sock, and claims it as a family heirloom. We can now give Dobby a very valuable sock. This is a not super expensive pigtail sock. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pigtail and sheep's bone and pig bone, and encircled with bands of pigtail and peach wood, and oval gabbro cabochons. It is made from dimple dye. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail and brown zircon. On the item is an image of Esmil, Shoot Spark, the dwarf, and Lythmes, the Forgotten Beast, silk cloth, and peach wood. Esmil is raising the Forgotten Beast silk cloth, and the artwork relates to the masterful silk cloth created by the dwarf Esmil in Shoot Spark for the chunky orb in Sizzletongs in the early springs of 253. On the item is an image of Puddick, the human, and Enthi, the elf, in Peachwood. Pundick is cringing. The elf is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the tearing off of the human Pundick, P-U-N-D-I-K, Pundick, that is lower right back tooth by the elf Etini in the late summer of 154 during Evin Rafe, the eviscerated assaults. It's awesome that they are putting artwork of dentistry on this sock here. Well, I guess it's time to give the champion Claiborne a sock. There you go. You now have a sock, Claiborne. Gem and bone encrusted sock. Yep. With an image of a thing getting its tooth ripped out. So dentistry, naturally. Genuinely a dwarven treasure. I mean, no more wisdom with no more teeth. Am I the only person who was weirded the hell out by reading Harry Potter when younger and going, why do they have slaves in relation to the house elves? Am I the only kid that was like extraordinarily weirded out by that? This is just Jake the JK leaking though. This is just her future like her future character arc leaking. Never read Harry Potter. Honestly, you want to know why I read it? I read it because every kid my age read it, and in order to exist around kids your age at that point, if you weren't able to talk coherently about Harry Potter and Harry Potter lore, you basically weren't able to have friends. It's kind of like the same reason every kid my age had a Facebook account. It wasn't because we wanted to have Facebook accounts. It's because in order to talk to your friends, you suddenly needed a Facebook account. It sucked. Peer pressure. Your kids went through that? Yeah. It was that. It was also, hi, user. It was that. It was Artemis Fowl, although I unironically enjoyed the Artemis Fowl books. Those books were good. Speaking of Claiborne, why, where, what, wait, what, when, where, why? What are you doing here, Claiborne? Why are you? Okay, you know what? I'm actually... Soldiers too. Get back down there, you dipshit. Or don't. What are you going for? Oh, going for a glove. Okay, well. You can just leave now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sacrifice for the siege almost turned into that. Is Burrow paused? No, it's not paused. It is definitely active. See? That dwarf is just in the military and so was ignoring it because I unforbid the wrong item. Goosebumps I enjoyed. Hardy Boys I enjoyed. I also read some Nancy Drew books when I was younger and really enjoyed those as well. I also liked Animorphs, as weird and violent as that children's series was. I did enjoy Animorphs when I was younger. Did you read Animorphs, Jam Jackal? Animorphs had, like, genuine descriptions of, like, ultra-violence. Like, there was, like, very long-form graphic descriptions of, like, a kid transformed into a tiger ripping apart a person. And, like, children die, like, frequently. Like, and dramatically, too. Windslayer, thanks for the raid. How excited are you about that new Age of Wonders? Windslayer is, like, our local Age of Wonders expert. You were consuming tons of Donald the Duck contents? Oh, and like not reading Animorphs? You couldn't find them in series? Yeah, no, I had friends that owned them all and bought them all from Scholastic magazine. And They did eventually, like, get all of them, or my friends did, so I would just borrow them from my friends. I was never much of a cartoon watcher because we didn't have TV, so. We did have, like, you know, the local channels that the antenna could get, but that wasn't what I would describe as optimal. So I could just send the soldiers out to fight them. Percy Jackson? Really? That's a name I haven't heard in a while. You had like 10 books out of like 50-ish. I probably read like 50-ish Animorphs books. They made an Animorphs video game? Salty Tempest? I'm not surprised by this, but also, really? Huh. The more you know. You'd really like to see the magma contraption work? I need them to walk into the tunnels. Which they're starting to do. I'll at the very least use it to burn bodies. I might actually just go up here and kill this initial squad, though. Because they're all super spread out, right? Human sieges have a tendency to do this where they hang out in little clusters around the map and you have to kill them in like 4 stages. So I'm probably going to tell my squads to kill these guys. But I'm going to kill them in the tunnel. Just give them a little bit to line up. It was an experience. I believe it. I mean, shovelware PC games of that era are not good. Game Boy Color? Really? Wow. That's wild. I had no idea. I don't know why I turned into Marge Simpson for a second there. So yeah, I'll at the very least use the magma contraption to kill or burn bodies. At the very least. Oof, this might actually be a bad idea. I'm going to jump down to here and we're going to pull this lever. Actually, no, that's going to lock the wrong thing. Well, here come the military. Missed out era of having a truly awful LJN game. Yep, that too. So we collide with the first humans. Shields go flying. Body go flying. We're about to get hit by an ad. So it'll just be this small bit of fighting, and then I'm going to make the military retreat. Come on, go kill that last one. Okay, I'm just going to pause the game until the ad's done. They actually made 2 seasons of the Animorphs series. You stopped after the first one. Yeah, I only ever read the books. I didn't explore any of the extra content that they made. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. Too old and from the wrong part of the world? What, to be talking about, like, kids' books for adolescents from, like, a specific era in, like, a specific-ish part of the world? Can very much relate. Every now and again, chat will just start talking about some, I don't know, very German cartoon or something. But we got 30 seconds left on ads. Although, I mean, I've learned about some, like, really interesting, like, Finnish animation and stuff. We should be through. Chat, shout when the ads are done. All right, I'm going to unpause now. Kill this other human. Teeth go flying. As for combat logs, seems to just be a lot of them fighting capybaras. None of the dwarves fighting in this fight are named, but let's see what this human lasher does. Gets stabbed by a dwarf in the left hand. Okay, and his hand sails off in an arc. The swords dwarf slashes the human lasher in the eyelid, tearing the part through the large ropery dress. I don't know why their dress was over their eyelid, but you know what? I'm not going to worry about it. The sword smasher then slashes the human lasher in the right foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Then slashes her with her steel sword in the right lower arm, and the severed part sails off in an arc. I don't know how you're not dead yet. Slashes them in the nose. The wrestler slashes the human lasher in the nose with her steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So cut off a hand, an arm, a nose, and an ear. Stabs the human lasher in the left lower leg, and the injured part is cloven asunder, so left lower leg. And then this pulls the knee, really, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone with the sword firmly lodged in the wound. The lasher then, or the wrestler then strikes the human lasher in the head with her steel short sword, and it sails off in an arc. So hand, elbow, leg, lower leg, nose, ear, cut off eyelid, and then head. It is truly a mere flesh wound. And meanwhile, this guy, this human, is just like standing here like, I am going to go, actually. The dwarves come running up, and there goes the next one. You know, I too would just be like, I'm going to go now. This seems bad. Like literally running away. Literally just actively running away. I mean, I would be too at that point. All right. Let's just put them onto no orders and cancel all active orders. That should just turn them around and head them home. Except for Cold-Blooded, who even Cold-Blooded just turned around. Well, that's good. The dwarves should just leave now. Except for this one, who's, you know, still walking up and in for some reason. Yeah, there you go. In fact, now they're running away in fear because human walked past the door. This one even ran too far. This is how you get your dwarves to leave after a short skirmish. So we won the first skirmish. Handedly, I would say. Now the question is, are they leaving? They do appear to be walking kind of in circles still, so they still sieging. Oh yeah, I mean, like, there's still one dwarf up there, yeah. This is Pickmaster Honk, who Commander Honk, who lost their name. Who probably has a good deal of kills at this point, I would assume. 11 other kills and 2 notable. Pretty good. Looks like we're gonna miss trading this year. Also, I just want to say shoutouts to this human's nose, which was cut off here and landed over here. So it flew up and over the wall. That's how hard they cut the nose off? That is something. It's a very aerodynamic nose. Very aerodynamic nose. Yeah, it definitely flew off in an arc. See how the taverns are doing. It's probably partly part of the reason why my dwarves are a little bit less stressed. What story were you telling? Oh, you were. I missed it. That's a shame. Well, something I can do while we're waiting, I can jump down here, and I can make this into a rough gems stockpile. Just rough gems. And then this guy right here is going to take from at that stockpile. So just to confirm, we take from that stockpile and we drop off at that stockpile. You get kicked back down and pushed up. So once this is full, this will then get pushed up periodically. Although I don't actually think that this zone is in the burrow, so I should add it. Oh, no, it is. Okay. Well, maybe we'll see some gems going down there and then getting pushed up. This must be the nose arc. We just need a lot of water. And then it could be Noza's arc? I could just run out here and fight these. Your cousin's got a VHS tape with obscure Polish anime. 90s memories are sweet. They can be. There's something about the distribution of media before the internet that is oddly quaint. Oddly quaint. That's probably anime translated to Polish, if I were to assume. That or they just mean like Polish cartoons. You kind of miss having your choices limited. Yeah, the analysis paralysis of everything being available at all times makes things kind of difficult, doesn't it? It kind of does. I think I'm just going to make a trade caravan entrance right there. Because I'm tired of them not being able to get into here. And I'm just starting to blame it on the entryway. It must just not be accessible. Definitely not on TV. I mean, I don't know what we had on TV here. Honestly, I don't really. So I might just have to go out and fight them. Eyeballing these squads, my biggest concern isn't the size of these squads. My biggest concern is cleaning up afterwards. And also the water everywhere, because my dwarves will just drown. Well, it does appear to be the majority of them. They also don't seem to be chasing capybaras around anymore. Okay, so that's the rest of them. They're in like 2 big squads. Olek and Bolek? Huh, never heard of this. Just a cartoon. And, well, technically, anime is just a cartoon that's made in Japan. That's all it really is. You didn't understand the plot anyway? Okay, fair enough. Cold War had a lot of Eastern European cartoons in the Netherlands. I've seen a lot of memes made out of Eastern European cartoons, I can say that much. But that's the majority of my exposure to that kind of media. There's something interesting, though, about, like, old black and white Soviet films, though. It's like black and white films from an alternate dimension, almost. It's weird. Looks like we made floor out of iron. Odd material. So they'll finish all this, and then they'll start mining that, auto-mining that. Yeah, but those aren't black and white, are they? I don't even think they were originally black and white. Looks like Fallout Rain is fighting, breaking the law. Means we're gonna have crimes being convicted pretty soon. Not sure when he started. Gotcha. I mean, all of the Tarkovsky stuff that I've seen has been in color, so. Uh-oh. There's a human lasher walking into the fortress. Well, that just won't do. Do you think this one's nose will sail off in an arc? Why are you moving so slowly? I think this is the last one from that initial group that was walking in. On multi-threading is not the way that you improve a game like this's performance. To quote one of the developers on this game, actually all of them, optimizations, code rewrite optimizations is going to be better 9 out of 10 times than actually adding full multi-threading support. So are the developers working on multi-threading this game? Not actively, no. Why doesn't multi-threading help? I'm not a programmer. Go listen to the interview I did with Putnam. I think, here's the thing, right? I'm not a programmer, so I listen to programmers. Tarn says that in order for multi-threading to be stable on Dwarf Fortress, it would require a majority engine rewrite, which would take 5 years. Putnam is a programmer who just got hired by Bay 12 to work on the game in a patch and optimization capacity primarily, or bug fixing and optimization capacity primarily. And their stance is also that the best way to make Dwarf Fortress run better is with code optimizations and looking for low-hanging fruit and code writing issues. So they also say the same thing. I tend to agree with the people who work on the game. I'm not a programmer. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I mean, this game had on average 20% frame rate increase with the last patch. And all that they did was they changed how line of sight works. And that was something Putnam did. People who just shout multi-threading at coding problems. The way I've always had multi-threading described to me as somebody who doesn't understand programming at all is that multi-threading is throwing a problem at a problem to create more problems and potentially solve one or two problems. They're creating more problems to fix a problem. But, again, I don't know what I'm talking about, so. Just curious to see if this system's working. Place vehicle on track is what I should be looking for. Or... and vehicle wants to be at this stop, but is not at this stop right now. Is the track split somewhere? So then where is it? It's right there. Oh, I see what happened. It got stuck when it got pushed back down. I get it. Okay, well, I need to put a wall here then. But also, I don't think they can get it because it's not currently... yeah, it's not currently in the borough. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I generally just let chat explain this because I'm not a good person to explain things that I don't understand. But what I'll say is Putnam did multi-thread parts of SS-13, which is a similar absurd task to multi-threading Dwarf Fortress. Does this mean that they're going to multi-thread Dwarf Fortress in their spare time for fun? For sure, because they've already stated that they're actively doing that. Does this mean the whole game's going to be multi-threaded? Fuck no. Yeah, but I'd prefer somebody like Game Maker's Toolkit explains it, not me. They already do that. The second thread renders the graphics and the UI. If you literally look at your process managers, you can see that pretty clearly. Which is also why there's so many frame rate problems in graphical versions of Dwarf Fortress, because most CPUs are not designed to figure out what a pixel is. Still just fucking sieging me, god damn it. I might actually just have to send out my squads to go fight them. Which is a bit annoying. So let's keep an eye on this filling while we jump up to the surface. Keep an eye on the humans' army locations. And they appear to still be in those same two spots. So if I can kill one of those globs of dudes, that might actually be enough. I'm waiting for this to get the little push job because they're filling up this minecart down at the bottom. And people keep asking me how minecarts work, so I'm here to kind of show you a little bit. Let's just put a wall piece there so that hopefully this gets filled in and doesn't get a dwarf stuck. Actually, I can mine behind it so I know it won't get a dwarf stuck. So it just needs a wall piece right there. Human glob go home? Definitely. You love padding your kill count? I mean, after this minecart does a single run, I might actually have to make it do that. Would I like to see an isometric fake 3D view? Well, okay, so if you're saying isometric is fake 3D, number one, you don't know what isometric is. You're talking about Stone Sense? Yes, it's in DFHack. I have a separate install of the game with DFHack installed. Do I want to see it? Not particularly. I think Stone Sense looks kind of ugly, and I'm also not a huge fan of how Armok Vision looks. I think that they're interesting programs for people who want that. Personally, I think it's a waste of time, which is why I put it at the end of my tutorial, or not tutorial videos, community Fortress videos now, instead of like as part of it, because I personally think it's ugly, and I don't understand why people need that, but it's a popular utility. A friend of mine, Bellinair, actually added a bunch of sprites to it in like 2011. Space Prior, it's good to see you. Hello, dude. How's things? But no, I have no interest in seeing my forts in 3D. I already see them in 3D. Dwarf Fortress is 3D. And I'm also going to place a wall piece right here, just so that when it comes back down, it's not gonna like impact murder that child, which would be kind of hilarious, but not very good for the long-term health of this fortress. There's a ghost in my fort. I'm sorry, what? Okay, no, my champion didn't die because the champion is Claiborne. Did I not memorialize all dwarves? I thought I did. Yeah, I thought I did already memorialize that name. It's nice to visualize large surface builds, and that's about it. Yeah. That's about it. On your fucking 2D screen. I love seeing people describe isometric as fake 3D, though. As a big fan of isometric visuals, I think it's really funny. You're a sucker? Yeah, I mean, it's for a certain type of person. I've never thought it looked good, personally. For me, I know how frequently it corrupts save files and how quickly it crashes and how often and frequently it crashes. So for me, it's just kind of like, I look at it and I see more annoyance than it's worth. So I just shrug. That's about it. I just shrug. I mean, things like, all right, fuck it. I'm just gonna let you do the thing. Let's check that minecart one final time. There we go. Wait, what? Dwarf was found dead? Who was found dead? Closed that way too fast. What just happened? I'd heard Pope was found dead. Did a bunch of humans get it? Or is this a tantrum? Also, that's quite the blood streak.
Bring out your dead!
Nope, they're fighting with sparrows. Did you do it, Jaden? Nope. Did you do it? Nope. Huh. Not actually sure what killed that dwarf. Something did. Punches the farmer in the head. This is... I know that, like, Fallout Rain was fighting. Odd. Minecart? Minecart's not even remotely close to that, dude. Minecart is at the other side of the fort, so and also hasn't been used yet, so. Was there a ghost before? Potentially it was a ghost, yeah. Potentially it could have been the ghost. All right, well, I'm gonna send out this squad. But I'm going to group them up here first. Are pots similar to barrels? Rock pots and barrels occupy the same role in Dwarven society, so yes. All right, so I'm going to set this minecart route to just go right now, because I just want to see this whole thing work. Here, constructing that building. So somebody is coming to push this. Let's see it work. And are often heavier. Depends on whether or not you're making lead barrels or not, which I've definitely done. Oh, did I miss a dwarf name redemption? I'll do that right after this minecart's pushed. Apologies. I thought I saw something go by, but I hadn't looked over yet. So this is the minecart getting pushed. Disappears on rocks, but it's moving. So far, so good. Seems to be working. Whoever this minecart hits is your dwarf. Why would it hit somebody? I mean, Maffle could be the dwarf. This is a bearded farmer. Do you want Maffle? This dwarf pushing this minecart? They're a shearer, technically, but it's part of farming. Stuff into a minecart automatically. You can use pumps to put liquids in it, but no. You have to tell them to load. I think you can load stuff from a minecart into another minecart directly using dump orders. I think that works. Okay, we'll give you this dwarf then. A palm side burns. So this dwarf here is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. Is incredibly calm, has an incredibly calm demeanor, and it can often get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and it rarely develops up negative feelings towards things. Often feels envious of others and does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is quite ambitious. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and prefers to present himself modestly, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Holds his breath when he's nervous. He personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and respects power. Finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and values cunning and doesn't really see the value in merrymaking, and dreams of raising a family. Likes dolomite, lay pewter, and emerald, and giant lion tooth, jute paper in the color emerald, and picks and gauntlets and crowns and goblets, and peach-faced lovebird men for their loving nature, and the sight of the mellow intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume bat ray, teff beer, and white mullet flour, and hates worms. Now we're gonna finish watching this get pushed. Quick questions. If you want to pump magma, does every part of the screw pumps need to be magma safe, including the corkscrews? Every part of the magma pumps need to be magma safe. Although I've had some people telling me that the blocks don't need to be magma safe, I make them all magma safe, because if one single tile is the wrong material, then it just won't work. Now I just need a different dwarf to come and kick this. And then, boing. So far, so good. Doesn't actually get going that fast either. Seems to make it down at a pretty reasonable speed. keeps hitting the wall, actually, I think is what's happening here. Yeah, it keeps hitting the wall and then stopping and then falling back onto the track. That's kind of funny. Okay, well, they haven't finished building this yet, so. But hey, it works. It does, in fact, work. All right, let's go pad our dwarves' kill counts, because I'm sure they're all there by now. All right, dwarves. It's time for you guys to have a kill order on this crew. It's a good number of them. We are going to follow... Let's follow Dropkick It. Shoutouts to Kit Fox for carrying her kid. Dropkick It really could use some new gloves, but is wielding a named spear, which is a pockmarked metal spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This is an artifact godly metal spear, by the way. This object menaces with spikes of blue diamond and brown zircon, and on the item is an image of dwarves in onyx opal. The dwarves are laughing. The artwork relates to the performance of the Amethyst of Song held by the Constructive Orb in Healer Axe as part of the celebration of fountains in the early autumn of 106 during the 68th dance of the performance of celebration of fountains. On the item is an image of a three-pointed star in alpaca wool and charge. It really is gorgeous. If you are evil, it'll hurt more. I'm pretty sure if you're an angel, it'll hurt more. Anyways, charge! So Dropkick It. And dwarves are colliding with the human army here. So far seems to be going rather well. I'm not seeing anybody in a martial trance. But the Kill Various order seems to be doing rather well. Not all of the dwarves are into the fighting yet, although I will say that I'm Caffey back here is a little bit upset and is afraid after experiencing trauma. You've experienced trauma and you haven't even gotten to the fighting yet. Cold-Blooded is still getting to the fighting itself. Ashmill's in the fighting, same with Serral and Bomrek. So let's take a real quick peek at this. Dropkick It bashes the human spearman in the left lower arm with the shaft of his spear, and the attack was deflected by the human spearman's copper gauntlet. He dodges 2 arrows, 3 arrows even, and then stabs the human swordsman in the right foot with his spear, fracturing the bone. Stabs the human swordsman in the right lower leg, fracturing the bone through his pants. The spear gets lodged in the wound, and then the force twists the knee, tearing apart the bone. The human hammerman charges Dropkick It and collides with him, and he's knocked over. Strikes at him, but the shot is blocked. He then stabs the human hammerman in the lower body with his spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the spleen through the large bronze chain leggings. Let's make some human puree. It's going to be puree violence. It appears that the fight appears to be going pretty smoothly on our side, at least initially. The military appear to be splitting. The secondary squad is just sitting back there. They don't seem to care about us too much. No casualties that I'm seeing. The dwarves all appear to be running away in fear, which is quite normal. And there's just a mess of bodies in its midst. Does look like MMO Junkie ended up in a martial trance. I'm going to reform the squads. We're going to go hit that second group after they're all reformed. They're all thirsty, though, so we're going to give them a chance to go take a break. I love how that didn't even break the siege. Check the baby's thoughts. Where's Kit Fox at? All right, well, this particular dwarf has a baby. This baby didn't feel anything after experiencing trauma, but does feel content remembering being near a waterfall. This dwarf is injured. Okay, you know what? We'll let the dwarves retreat then. We'll just cancel all orders, set you guys all to ready. They're all heading down slowly. I'm just looking to see if I spot any other kids. That's one that we... Oh, there's the Kit Fox Games one. Kit Fox Games' kid is exactly the same. From what I can tell. He's gonna be a hardened individual when he grows up. I mean, being used as a shield is generally a pretty good way to be hardened. Wow, it didn't break the siege at all. That's impressive. All you need in life is a waterfall. Yeah, I mean, it's just like real life, right? I think we'll give them maybe a week in game. I haven't gotten any notifications about your dwarf dying, so I'd assume that your dwarf is in fact alive. Horrible way to raise a child, but you know, it is what it is. All right, let's jump back down to here. I love how my military barracks is always just covered in blood because all of the blood gets washed off of their uniforms by this. So the result is it's just always covered in blood. Babies watching their 6. Oh yeah, pretty much. Oh crap, was there a fight over here too? Oh no, it's dog blood. Okay, who punched a puppy? Who needs to go to prison? Fallout Rain, probably? I did see Fallout Rain Tantrum. It's like the rave scene from Blade. Well, as long as we can get the blood cleaned up eventually. As long as it's only animal blood, I'm not so concerned by it. I'm only really concerned by it when it's my dwarves' blood. Hey, Krangus, how's things? Good day. Thanks for swinging by the channel and saying hello. Anyone in hospital? I did have an injured dwarf, but let's go take a peek. Okay, I've got 2 dwarves, Dodek and Deduk. But I'm just going to do a thing real quick. I'm just going to set orderlies to nobody does this. Unpause the game. Orderlies. Only selected do this. Should fix it if it wasn't. I do need them to go get doctored. Although, just double checking. Do I actually have a chief medical dwarf? I don't currently have a chief medical dwarf. Bob is now my chief medical dwarf. Just going to make sure that all of the jobs are filled out down here. I need a surgeon. Uvash. Orderlies. There you are. There we go. Hopefully this will fix it. There we go. Diagnosers are going. Sweet. Is Champion Krangus still alive? I got bad news for you. Champion Krangus didn't make it. Champion Krangus didn't make it very long at all, actually. Good news is there's a new champion. Yeah, their name is Claiborne. Do you still live? Hold on. I'll read through the living dwarves right now. A devilish potato, Aegis, Aelmeron, Alter Ego, Apparent Bliss, Artemis, Azrael, Bane, Blue Sandwich, Bob, Butt Kittens, My Bot, I'm dead by the way, Chaos Ruiner, Claiborne, Cold-Blooded, Commander Honk, Daddy Inspector, Delta Brucity, Diamond Destruct, Dropkick It, Eat Cereal, Fallout Rain, Festiva, Frazier, Gloves, Green Dude, I Am Caffey, Jaden, Jelly Belly, Joe True, Narno. Lightning Roger, likes TTs, Gnome Shag, Lucky Soft, McJerby, Methuthile, MMO Junkie, Napalm Sideburns, Neeks, Nuclear Sneeze, which is what I always confuse with Napalm Sideburns, by the way, Nutwick, Pablo Rasta, Ray Britt,
Hope you're well.
Ryan Gitsu, Fallout Rain, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a second month. I'm sorry I just put you in prison. Silent Potato, Stokill69, Stone, aka Seashores Wall, Talon Artho, Fold, Transfem, Tredge, Tropic Kami, Teeth, Tyrene, Tyron Des, Wild Magically, Z29V, and Zephyr Cloud. Your dwarf committed a crime, so I put your dwarf in prison. Your dwarf died in the random mass death that happened when a bunch of things got into the fort and just started stabbing things wildly. You must know? What? What must you know? What did you do? You tantrumed. No, Mikael. Does Butt Kittens live yet? Well, I mean, you haven't died. I mean, I just read the whole list, and I said Butt Kittens. So yes, you are still alive. It lagged for you? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, well, let's go pad out some more kill counts. This is a much bigger army, but half of them are elves that are wielding partially wooden gear. So assuming the dwarves don't get tired halfway through, should go just fine. This time we will follow Cold-Blooded, who, by the way, is an accomplished fisher dwarf, but is rusty. Actually, no, we're going to follow Dropkick It, who's at the front. Go Dropkick It. It's not a bad little army of dwarves there. At least at least I took many others with me. Uh-oh. Dishmab has been missing for a week. Wrestler? We must have lost a wrestler somewhere. We may find out in a second. If they were injured over there. Maybe not. Odd. Someone found in the pond? Pretty much, yeah. Did someone fall into the pond? I didn't see it happen. All right, so it appears that Dropkick It ran in first. And is just dodging all of the attacks like crazy. MMO Junkie is in a martial trance. Terrified while in conflict, but hasn't taken any hits yet. God, you are fending off quite the crew. More dwarves pile in on the fight. I have a feeling this is going to go in our direction. I'm not too worried. Well, I mean, it's good that you're... I mean, doesn't feel anything after seeing an elf die. Well, at the very least, the elves are dying. I mean, it would be bad if it wasn't the elves dying. Chat, can I get some Vile Force emotes in the chat for the siege? Nuclear Sneeze is fighting. Just seems to be slashing human spearmen into pieces. Stabbed a human in the upper body with his steel short sword, tearing the muscle and tearing the right false ribs and tearing apart the right lung through the large giant albatross leather armor. The Swordmaster says, "Our time on the mythical plane is so brief. This doesn't scare me." And continues stabbing. Got his sword lodged in a wound a second time. Look at all of these lovely guts hanging out. It's beautiful. Lovingly rendered. It's the tummy noodles. You do not want to expose the tummy noodles. Stabbing an elf in the lower body. Good, good, good. Let's see how the baby is feeling about all of this. Doesn't feel anything after experiencing trauma. Are you a hardened individual already? Starting to work more slowly due to its needs alcohol needs alcohol. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Is baby. Well, I think we won. Gonna go out on a limb and suggest that I think we won. We do have some dwarves that are not moving. I don't know why. Enemy siege is done. They don't seem to be injured, though. I mean, they don't have the injured tags. What about you? Is there a reason you're not moving? It might also just be taking a nap. Oh, they're cleaning up the blood. Well, at least you're satisfied at work. Oh no, we found Fallout Rain dead. Once again, the cops are a bit too ambitious in this fortress. Sorry, Fallout Rain, but you're dead now. You have a question. Your mayor claims to be a necromancer, and I keep having zombies visit your tavern. Should you be concerned? Are you dead? If no, are you having fun? If yes, then no, you shouldn't. How many dwarves died? I didn't lose a single dwarf in that fight, although somebody is missing, which leads me to believe he's probably in one of these ponds somewhere. All right. And so body parts are all set to be dumped. Now let's get rid of corpses. It's a few of those. I'm getting worried that Dropkick gets injured, but no, he's literally just like up here cleaning. Which is just really funny to me. Well, this is going to take a little bit. Here come the Dwarven Hauling Squad. All suspects are guilty, otherwise they wouldn't be suspects. That's actually kind of true amongst Dwarfort. The beating just got a little bit excited, I suppose. Oh, never mind. We found the wrestler dead. He actually died of dehydration. Oh. Oh, I know why. So my prison isn't, or wasn't, it is now, in the, borough. So, unfortunately, died of dehydration because I forgot he was there. Yeah, it was my fault. Mm-hmm. How do you get items out of bins? Same way you do in real life, very slowly. Now would be a real bad time for a dragon to show up. No one fed or watered the prisoner, yes. Which is, I-ho, it's off to work our dead. We haul our dead to make our bread. Yeah, that's not too far off. Nobody was there to give him water. Nobody was told to give him water, and they forgot he was in prison. Would there be a good time for a dragon to show up? When you're prepared to catch it. Although I could probably kill it with my squads right now. I don't want to be too ambitious, but probably could. So now we just wait for a little bit while they fill up stockpile. Because this is going to take a little bit. So they're filling this stockpile, but they're also filling this. So that's going to take a little while. Would lava kill a dragon? Probably. Dragons are really, really, really weak, actually. Like, they only take a couple hits to kill. They're quite fragile creatures. They're just like glass cannons, essentially. If you get hit by a dragon, you're in trouble. But as long as you can stay away from the Bernie end, they're generally pretty fine. Yeah, dwarves can just use whips. But the foreign weapons model let them use things like two-handed swords and shit, which I don't like because to me it's like dwarves are pretty stout critters, and I feel like a human two-handed sword is probably a bit much, and I'm not super into the berserk aesthetic. If that particular aesthetic suits your headcanon, then go nuts. But for me personally, I'm not a huge fan of that look of just like the dude and the sword that's too big for him. So it's not something I do. Obsidian sucks unless you're building stuff out of it. I mean, you can make weapons out of it in a pinch, but they're awful. Like, you're almost better off just using wooden swords. Dwarves can dual wield. Try equipping 2 shields. Give all of your wrestlers 2 shields and laugh hysterically when Riot Police runs in and just decimate. The YouTubes say I say the word decimate too much. So, disintegrate or demolish enemy forces. Shit on, sure. Decapitate? I mean, I would not want to be decapitated with a shield, so that sounds mildly traumatic. Pretty rough way to go, I say. Behold the Buckler Brigade. We're here to buck you up with our bucklers. Get bucked, as they say. I'm Bucky, and these are the bucklers, and we're here to buck you up. Nobody has to adhere to it. Absolutely. Yeah, no, you guys can absolutely go with what you want for your headcanon. Also, thank you very much for getting my second account up to 105 followers. That's pretty rad. We had 13 concurrent viewers on my average over like an hour and a half on my sneaky channel yesterday, so we'll see what we have on Monday. It's an ashy blob with a shell. Forgotten Beast, Zosun, Sodoramzus has come, Zolak, Rasmo has come, an enormous blob composed of ash. He's here to catch him. And it has a broad shell and it squirms and fidgets. All right, what's it gonna do with all that ash inside your head? Oh wow, it does actually have a shell. That's kind of neat. Oh, that's even better, yeah, with Bucky. I'm not much of a Marvel person, so I tend to forget those references, but yeah, I've definitely heard that line before. This is the one that's further away from me, because there's 2 of these. And there's this one, which is the one that connects to my fort. That critter's pretty far away. Can't get to that, right? No, it can't. It cannot. That is not a concern. So where are these burning rocks? There's this one, and this one. So let's do that right there. And that right. Yep. And that right there. So, this right here is going to become a pit pond. Except this right here is going to become a pit pond. And lastly, this right here is also going to become a pit and pond. And I need one. Well, I don't need one right there. I just need to floor this bit off. Whatever's closest. What's up, Elska MLG? You've reached the cavern level and made stairs to it, but your dwarves can't go out of that level or levels below. They can't get out. Sounds like you accidentally locked your dwarves in with your stairs. I would check to make sure all of your stairs are fully connected, or just build a new stairway out, would be my assumption. Well, that's annoying. Thinking I could maybe channel underneath it, but let's just do this. Just get them to start dumping water into here. But yeah, my assumption would be that you locked yourself in, which is admittedly very common. Lots of people do that. You know, we're in the golden age where the majority of forgotten beasts are dead. How many fucking beasts are in this world? The forgotten beast Olson has come, an enormous theropod with lidless eyes. It is fat and bulging, and has a bulging trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow golden yellow, and its lemon down feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poisonous vapors. This one also doesn't appear to be in the area to get to us. It is seriously injured already, though, meaning it's been fighting with something. I could find a what? And then it walks off the map again. Okay. I wouldn't say that I am the safe space, but I mean, they can't attack. I can't attack them because they're sealed off from us, but if that's what you mean by safe space. There's a lot of stuff right there right now. Is there any benefit to giving each dwarf their own dining room? I mean, dwarves get happy if it's their own dining room. They get happy if they dine in a dining room, and they get happier if they dine in their own dining room. But yes, you are correct. They are forgotten. And I also am aware that forgotten beasts don't count towards the age. Generally, yeah, because I haven't made babies and it's been 2 years. But they're still in there. I'm going to continue locking more beasts in there as they appear. But, yes, we had to abandon that idea, unfortunately. Oh, did I ever... That's a problem. I've just been pushing it and not actually filling the thing. What are all these goodies? I'm transporting the stuff from the what do you call it? From the down here's area. All of these gems. We're just trying to get these out. Is the current project, I would say. Trying to also, you know, put out burning gems. We're having some luck. I mean, already put these two out, which is good. Some of them are going to be a bit more of a pain, like that one. But we still got, like, that one to do. So, this area, we just need dwarves to go dump buckets of water on it. It only needs a bucket of water to put it out, usually. And then there's one right there that I can do that I totally didn't see initially. This pond. This is facts in regards to the dining room tip. What, the breeding program? They're not making babies. There is no real reason. They're just choosing not to breed, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's not that we had to abandon it. It's literally like it isn't working. So, I locked them in the same room and gave them all the tools. They needed to take advantage of those tools, and they haven't. Nothing I can do about that. And you're the one that really needs to be dealt with. We'll let them work on that for now. Have I considered romantic candles? I'll consider that when candles are added to the video game. They're like pandas. We need to like cram them together. I mean, I've definitely had demons breed faster than I can kill them before in old forts. So, because they're literally just forgotten beasts, but they're species instead of just forgotten beasts. This is massive spoilers, by the way. So they can breed, because there's male and female variants of all the demons, and many of each of them, instead of just being one-offs. I'm sure there's already a brand somewhere called Demon Viagra. It's got to already exist. Yeah, we'll throw rose petals in there next time. Oh, it's possible, El Deuterino. It's definitely possible. But it always depended on the type of demon, right? I think actually what it is just their numbers are randomly generated. Because like, or their horniness level or their lust level or whatever. This would be a funny time for someone to tune into the stream. Anyway, because like certain types of demons will just be constantly having triplets, whereas other types of demons just don't give a shit. It's like, think about it this way, like dwarves like have whether or not they are lustful. If they're never lustful, that dwarf will never have kids, right? And that's just the way the game works. This goes for every type of creature. You can also just straight up have dwarves that are interested in the same sex, and this also goes for animals, which is why like there's always the running joke of, oh, the reason you're not getting any ducklings for your poultry farm is because you accidentally decided to bring the one gay duck, which is why that command actually exists in DF hack, the like literally find gay option, because you might actually just have a donkey that's not going to mate with other donkeys because he doesn't feel like it. And there's no way that the game will tell you that. You just won't have a breeding program for whatever reason. And I think it's kind of amazing / hilarious. We're going to pull this lever. Demons just like real life, right? It's like most of the black metal fans I know. I don't think there's any way to swap it with DF hack, but I've also not dug that deep into DF hack to find out. I just know how to check. It would be kind of interesting, yeah. No. Demons do not count towards the Golden Age, because they're not great titans or anything. Cavern dwellers. In an area I can't see. Cool. Gonna hotkey this zone right here. F4. Trash. That's like you have to, that's like telling somebody to check somebody's Facebook status. Tropic. I literally have turned them down to almost non-existent because I just find them more annoying than a fun adversary. Fallout. If you go into the custom difficulty settings, you can just change it to whatever you want. I think it's a good way to do it. But at the end of the day, you make your game be as mean as you want. It's not my place to judge. I like it when my game isn't particularly mean. Oh, totally. But, like, it doesn't make a ton of sense to my CPU, you know? My CPU doesn't like them. Like, they do make sense to exist. Like, sure, that part's cool. $150 dwarves to wear kangaroos. You didn't know what... Honestly, didn't know what that was a thing, and it was awesome. I'm glad you had fun. Some people find that to be very, very frustrating, but that's why you can quit without saving, right? You know, this far after launch, we're still, like, this stream is 60% of the Dwarf Fortress directory. Personally, I wish that there was more people. Sup, Sanic? Personally, I wish that there was still more people streaming Dwarf Fort, but it's also kind of wild that I'm 60% of the directory. Is there a way to remove the fortification on the edge of the map? No. No, that's the edge of the map. You cannot modify the blocks right on the edge. For world connectivity reasons. What's on that sandwich? Preox? Do be cozy here. Means a lot that you guys are sticking around. Semi-molten rock is essentially bedrock in Minecraft. There's no way to remove it. There are redacted ways to get underneath it, but no, you can't remove it. Bacon, onion, tomato, and avocado. Ooh. Just needs lettuce. And then it's like a BLT advanced. This is so much work for these dwarves. You know, I got to applaud these dwarves. They actually haven't gotten more upset, considering literally all of them have been hauling dead bodies for the entirety of the season so far. Bacon, it's literally a bloat. It would actually be a bloat sandwich, yeah. Bacon, lettuce, onion, and tomato? Avocado, tomato. Yeah, there you go. You're not a fan of most lettuce? Fair enough. I like my green leaves very much. I don't know if it still works there, but there was an exploit where you can connect semi-molten rock to the roof of the map and it would cave in. Huh. I don't know if that works. It's not a CUD recipe because there's no, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? It's very much missing the bits and pieces of, like, circuit boards and stuff. They're still working on all this stuff. You know that, like, back bacon exists around the world, right? Just Buzz? Back bacon is not a purely Canadian thing. I know that you're referring to, like, back bacon as, like, Canadian bacon in this instance, but bacon and back bacon are two different things with different uses used in different recipes. So no, it would be a BLT. That's like asking if you would use pork in a steak sandwich and call it a steak sandwich. No, because that's not a steak sandwich. You need bacon. Bacon cut bacon, not back bacon, which is a different thing. What, for UK? Stone? Back bacon's actually not that common here. Like, if someone offers you bacon, you're getting bacon. You're not getting back bacon like 9 out of 10 times. Unless it's on, like, Eggs Benedict or something that specifically calls for back bacon. I don't know what you're talking about, Tropic Communist. How many corpses fit into a minecart? It depends on how much they weigh, because minecarts are done by weight. Streaky break bacon? No, our bacon is bacon. Like bacon cut bacon. We also have back bacon. You can buy it in a grocery store, just like you can buy a sausage in a grocery store. But if people refer to something as bacon, it's bacon. Although if you're calling streaky bacon, I don't know why you would call it that instead of just calling it bacon, but kind of lost me there. You're talking to somebody who doesn't particularly like bacon, actually. I haven't bought bacon in my house in I don't actually know how long. I cannot remember the last time I bought bacon. It's kind of expensive. You don't get a lot of it for the price, even if it's a good price. And it sucks as a source of protein. It's a source of fat. It's like using butter as a condiment. It's a source of fat. It's not like a thing that you build a meal around. Good old language differences. Oh, so it's a chips and crisps thing. It's a source of flavor. Yeah, and the flavor is fat and salt. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of bacon. Plenty of people disagree. That's okay, Sanic. But like, bacon is just kind of a waste, as far as I'm concerned. If I'm gonna eat a pig, I would rather eat like pork butt or pork belly or pork ribs or ham, even. It's just the last part of the pig that I will choose to eat voluntarily. I'll get it at restaurants sometimes, but... Pork belly is a very underrated cut of meat. It's very good if cooked correctly and is cheap. So I am a big fan of pork belly. I just realized today's the 28th, meaning today and tomorrow we're gonna...
I am sorry if I was a nuisance the last time I was on.
No?
Had a bad day. Keep on the amazing work.
You weren't a nuisance. If anything, I was being a nuisance. Accusing you of, like, backseating my, like, OS knowledge. But, no, you weren't a nuisance. You were fine. Thanks for funding mine and apparently Jess's stream as well. And thanks for the $10. We're just cleaning up after a human siege. Okay, I have a question for you. What part of the pig do you think bacon comes from? H2O. Do I eat pig feet? I've eaten it in Chinese restaurants. It's okay. It's not something I go out of my way to eat, though. Exactly. So pork belly is literally just like a steak-shaped cut of meat that comes from the same part of the pig as bacon. So do you just want like a bacon steak? That's basically what it is. It's not even far off. Why are you wearing two? Oh, you're wearing a robe and a cloak. Okay. Staying warm, I get it. Snatcher, protect the children. Kill this twit. Get him. Also, Cerniv redeemed a dwarf, but I was distracted by $10. Shouldn't push yourself on others. Your name is literally Linux Town. So I should have seen it coming. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. So, Cernix, what kind of dwarf would you like? I wish that there was. You can demand tribute, Stigmund, which has the opportunity to go peaceful or start a war. And if you're successful, then they'll come and trade with you. Which, by the way, I think I'm going to do with these guys down here. Linux Town, thanks for checking out a 10-pack of gift subs. Cheers, man. Kind of crazy. You know that? But cheers. First unnamed dwarf from alphabetical order. Okay. Aban the Bone Doctor. So if you demand annual tributes, then they will just bring tribute every year. If you demand a single tribute, they will bring you a collection of things, and then they will come and trade with you after that. This dwarf finds humor in most situations and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She can sometimes act without deliberation and doesn't seek out excitement. Rarely feels discouraged and somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that naturally comes to pass. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds artwork boring and values romance and does not respect the law and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes bronze, morganite, ibex horn, and soul tooth, and the color amethyst in backpacks and figurines for their size, and the sound of the bewildering silkiness, and the sight of the clear heather, and when possible prefers to consume giant fox and beetroot wine, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You have no friends, you're 59 years old, and you'd just as soon have any... I'd just as soon not have anything too exciting happen today. I'd just as soon have not so you don't want anything exciting to happen today. Well, I mean, you're just hauling bodies, so that's a very admirable thing to do. I really like the were-pangolins and the were-pandas. What is the sound of the silkiness? It's a local song or dance or poem that the dwarves know. Like if I click on any dwarf and you go to skills and you go to, I think it's knowledge? Yeah. These are all different poems that they know. The Meditation of Orms is a type of poem. The Tomb of Dying is a type of poem. The Glittery Meditations is a type of poem. The Wheels of Sailing is a type of poem. The Bewildering Silkiness is a musical form, so it's a type of music. And then the Mellow Meadow is a dance form, and then the Sable Petals is a dance form. And I can click on this and get a description of it. The Mellow Meadow is the participation dance originating in the Constructive Orb. Meanwhile, the Bewildering Silkiness is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Constructive Orb. The rules of the form are applied by composers to produce individual music, which can be performed. A chanter recites any composition of the Meditation of Orbs. And the entire performance is a moderately soft, and the melody has a high length phases throughout the form, and only one pitch is ever played at a time. Okay. These are all unique to each faction. These are all unique to each faction and each world. So this is the full description of this musical form. And right down to and up to how to write music in that form. And every single time you generate a world, all of your factions get their own again. And then in adventure mode, you can go make new ones and then teach it to different people. And then they'll pop up in fortress mode. And also all of the musical instruments are randomly generated as well, which is why they're such a pain in the dick to make. I love how we're still talking about different parts of the pig. Yeah, just so that we're clear, Linux Town, absolutely no hard feelings. You are all good. All right, let's make some more bins. Let's make 25 more, I think. It has so much depth, and it does such a good job hiding the depth, for better or for worse. Which is sometimes a massive benefit to the game and sometimes a massive detriment to it. Like, I personally really like how it disguises its depth, but then I read a review on Steam about how people think that the game is shallow, surface level, and boring. But then there's, like, also the problem of, like, DF has mechanical depth. It doesn't have gameplay mechanic depth, which some people really don't like, which basically means, like, you know, Factorio is very light mechanically, but has a lot of gameplay elements, right? It's all, like, tech trees, leveling up, going from thing to thing, upgrading, mining different resources, allowing you to do different things, progression and all that crap. That's gameplay. That's, like, gameplay depth, but very light mechanical depth. Dwarf Fortress has very deep mechanics, but has very light gameplay, which some people really dislike. Which, personally, I love, but... No, I didn't. Read the description of it. I wasn't particularly interested in that one. Be honest. There's a game for every taste? Totally. As another example of this is Cookie Clicker has very light gameplay depth because the gameplay is very simple, but has a lot of systems depth. Neeks wants me to read the Discord word story, so if you'll give me a second. We'll go get caught up on that. Today is Sunday, and the day we dig deep and bury friends shallow. Legends of legendary pigs bury hoops in dirt. You should replay Cookie Clicker. I mean, it's on Steam. I don't know if you've played it since it was put on Steam, but the soundtrack bops. Pretty good, actually. Wait, what? What do you mean your week isn't over yet? Oh, it's Sunday? Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I technically did that. That was my addition to the story. Also screwed up one wall there. That one's sandstone.
We picked up Banished and Vikings since they were on sale. Not bad games. It's not DF, but good for the sale. Oh, yeah, totally. Oh, your weekend isn't over yet, yes. Well, that's definitely starting to work. Lock this door, pull this lever. It's still Sunday for of half an hour. The arguing about the what day of the week thing it is kind of amusing to me, I'm not gonna lie. We're still picking up Elven Teeth. My God. I'm still amazed that the number of depressed dwarves hasn't shifted at all, though. What do you want me to make? Make picks and grates. Let's make steel grate. 3. And steel pick. We'll do 3 as well. Of high gameplay but low mechanics depth? Factorio. Factorio is a very, 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 very simple game mechanically. You get thing, you make thing into other thing, you get 4 thing, you make other things into other thing, and then you make other thing into other thing, and then you make other thing into other thing, and then you bring in a new material type, and then you make other thing better, faster, and then you do it again. But there isn't a lot going on under the hood in that game. It's just a lot, and then you get squished by your own train. Yes. It's just a lot of production chains. So another game like that would be like, you know, another game like that would be like the Anno franchise, right? Very production-driven games. But a game that I would describe as a game that has lower... Actually, a game that has high both would be like Kerbal, because Kerbal has a lot of systems going on under the hood, as well as pretty fucking complicated gameplay. So the act of playing the game is complicated, and also the game is doing a lot to make the game even more complicated. So that's an example of both being high. Just lying around? Well, I have a bajillion flux. I have a repeating job to make charcoal, and I keep finding magnetite. So it does have some of that, but it's still pretty light in comparison to even something like Dwarf Fortress or Oxygen Not Included. I just need an example here, and that's just the first one that comes to my brain. Magnetite is an ore of iron, so I'm smelting it into iron. I was just going into that screen to look at the amount of iron I have and the amount of steel I have. Like Kerbal and Oni. Yeah, and Dwarf Fortress and Factorio and, you know. Is it not magnetic? No. Magnetite is not, in fact, magnetic, no. Okay, so I have 412 iron bars. I have 507 gold sitting around. And then I have 205 steel. I have 24 pig iron, which is being made into steel. And I have 23 charcoal, which is taking the, which is also being made into steel. Magnetites? Ha 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 ha. You're funny. All right, moving on. Oh, I do love it, yes. You know, magnet lights would be kind of useful. You know, just like having a little light that you stick on your fridge or something. Or like in the shower. How's the military looking? Pretty good. I mean, we got one full squad and one almost full squad. Which I could probably fill out. Because we've actually gotten some migrants, which has been nice. Need a swords dwarf. That or I need to find a dwarf that wants to master a skill. Apparently Frazier's an expert swords dwarf. Still, probably rusty though. It's one of my starting 7, I think. I don't know. I'll go through later and find one. Why are there skeletons dumped on the floor? I mean, they're not dumped on the floor. They're in coffins, but there's a bug where the coffin disappears sometimes. I don't know why. You're an expert in rusty swords. Stab him with the rusty sword. Also, let's jump down underground. How the fires are doing. Pretty good for that. Meaning I can get rid of this. Get rid of that. I can get rid of that. Now where's the rest of the smoke coming from? This one. Let's just go down a layer. Make you a pit pond. And that should put out all of the fires for now, and then it's just a matter of getting this obsidian and other things out of here. Although, I would like to go to objects. No. Labor stone use. Find obsidian. It's also so nice that these are actually sort of organized by letter now. There we go. Get these moved out. Yeah, I don't care. I just want to make it into blocks. Do not care. Do not. And then this one also needs to be dealt with, which is right there. Just trying to get all of these gems out of here before I release more of this. I love how there's just Claiborne training down here by himself, which is just kind of hilarious, actually. Also, he's training almost naked by himself. Why is that? He's missing a weapon. What? Okay, you know what? Let's just give you a uniform. Just go steal stuff. Go. Which means you should go put your crap away and then go get new stuff. He's alone in his squad. I could put more people in his squad. I just have to take the time to set them up. One-man army is the champion. It's a flex. Well, I mean, we can't fix a one-man army with flex tape. Give him a pink scepter? Now that's mean. That's a death sentence, friend. Very ineffective and not working, so I've kind of given up. But they're still in the room together, which means maybe they'll make babies eventually, but maybe maybe one or both of them just isn't lustful and isn't interested. Which is certainly a possibility. I love how this is the most redundant locked door of all time. It's like, where does this redundant door go? Nowhere. All right, so this down here is now cleared. You're going to become a pit pond. This one can go away because that gem is no longer burning. Although it is a very damaged rough yellow diamond now. It's kind of curious. Let's clean that up. And I'm assuming most of these dwarves are still putting crap away. Oh, I see. They're all... Do you not have wheelbarrows on this? Oh, that's part of the problem. You're poor again? Why is this? We need more to get more demons flood the room. When I find more demons, I will add more demons to the room. Also, chat, I'm going to go top off my water bottle again. Be right back. Trying to drink less coffee. It's not working. Yeah, well, I'm sad about the lack of candy. Or rather coffee, not candy. Well, candy too, because I need to mine that. Oh, it's a scaly assassin bug. It has wings of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous sting. Well, that's terrifying. We'll ignore that. It can continue fighting in the depths of the cavern combat arenas. A 1 square tavern near the demon room and assign a singer to get the demons in the mood. Just give them like a just some smooth jazz. Is that what they need? Demons require smooth jazz for the mating process to commence? Yeah, I don't know. I had hopes, but at this point, I'm assuming it's just not working, which is a shame. It would have made a good ideas video. But it's not happening. You know, I swear that adult filmmakers, Moto, still just get their music from the free section of YouTube. It's like, free non-copyright beats. I wonder how many of those just straight up end up in adult films, because the quality hasn't exactly gone up. Linux Town, thanks for 10 more gift subs. Jesus, dude. The second one you've done now. It's the second one today. Yeah, but Lo-Fi Study Girl is not copyright free, though. Contrary to some people's belief. That is very much copyright-ridden music. I need to eat? Allegedly. My brain doesn't always agree with that, but the body needs to. But thank you. Means a lot. What does that mean? It means that someone's really drunk in the taverns and pissed off or got into an argument with somebody and is punching people. Which means if they're weak, some scraps will break out and the dwarf will get their ass kicked, and then they'll go back to being a dwarf and maybe get a criminal sentence if you have the justice system set up. Or alternatively, if they are a military dwarf or something of the sort, you might have a very large pile of bodies in your fortress in a couple of seconds. Somebody drank too much is the short version. I'm thinking these marble walkways are starting to look real nice. For this fortress and world at this moment? Well, I want to become a proper mountain home, which we're working on very slowly. But the long-term plan for this fortress and world is I want to rebuild this faction and get my mountain home back and a bunch of other things. It's a pretty long-term fortress world, basically. But due to popular demand, I will be starting up a new Let's Play on YouTube soon. The goal for that fortress is going to be fun. We're going to try and reclaim a reclaim a fortress, and then, depending on the world I end up getting, we'll be coming up with some fun goals for it. But I also got another kind of fun idea for either a Let's Play or a future playthrough at some point, which I think would be interesting, which is, I think it would be really cool to have a fortress where I have no military and have to build on the surface. It would have to be a calm biome in order for it to work. But basically, like, the idea is just like, we build a tavern on the surface and let guests in. It sounds painful. I mean, I'd be allowed to use burrows and traps and such. Well, thanks for the extra $10 on top of all that.
Let's Plays.
You know, if 2 people, or 3 people rather, have Prime subs available, you should use them now, because that'd level up a hype train pretty quick. I'm just saying. Pacifist fort? I mean, you can only be so pacifist in Dwarf fort. You're gonna hop off to beds. You sleep well, animal. You have a good night, dude. And thank you for 5 more, Linux Town. Cheers. I don't even have a mug with me, so water bottle. Jerry Gord. Or thank you very much for gifting out 5 as well. Cheers. At you as well. Hype train, possibly. Hype train in this channel requires 4. Just make sure you if you do sub with Prime, make sure you refresh to pop the notification, otherwise it doesn't count towards potential hype trains. But cheers, Parkside. I see you over in Etel's chat a lot. Also, remember that name from the Hot Potato. I'll have to do something like that for Dwarfs one day. Got it done. There you go, pilot. Thank you. Now you guys can, you know, do all the Scam Train festivities. While I let all of these dwarves build everything. Etel's entertaining. It's got a good vibe. Fingers crossed, you know. Fingers crossed. Thrilly! Thank you very much for the 5-pack. I recognize almost every single one of those names. We do actually have one more emote coming too at some point, but I've got my artist focusing on getting merch stuff done. Rolf, thanks for chucking out a gift. Oh, huh. Apparently one of my teammates is on the KitFox stream today. I'll be on Monday. Anybody wants to be cool, go retweet that. Also, you can shout out KitFox's stream if you want mods. Yeah, me on Monday. I think it's Monday. I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. my time. Fucking better be Monday. Because otherwise I won't be home if it's Sunday. I will be out getting beer with a friend at that time. It's happy hour on at a small brewery I go to. And their beers are like $4 on happy hour, so 2 beers! $8 for 2 beers is good. Maybe I'll even post pictures. But, there you go. $4 beer, you want to go? Look up Dogwood Brewing. And also Orange, check your DMs in a second. No more? Till what? Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Migrants? Magnets? It's good to have migrants despite the danger. Bing.
2 more?
But thank you for the $10. And, like, you know, also taking #1 on the bits leaderboard and the subs leaderboard for the week. You're crazy, dude. It resets on Monday, so Tuesday when I get back. Why did it add despite the danger? Because there's actively living demons in the basement. This is considered a dangerous location. Because of that. I'm letting all of these construction jobs finish up before we do anything else. Also doing all this over here. So the other thing that I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to build stairs up and down. We're going to go from the top up here. Maybe not right there, maybe one over. What is that long tunnel for? I'm trying to direct the traffic of the dwarves a little bit more restrictively so that they don't just kind of go anywhere. But that long tunnel is mostly for materials, if I'm being honest. We'll actually go up this way and we'll put a pillar in the middle. Evening, Popliope. Hello. And chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. If anybody wants to jump on, now's the last chance. But cheers. You guys are very kind. Welcome to the fort. Piss us off and we will show you our entertainment. Pretty much. It's a popular capital, both for good people and bad people. Yeah, also we're getting sieged a good couple times a year, which isn't helping. Welcome, miners. It's probably your last day of work. Make yourselves at home. But yeah, this is for future fortress expansions and also just mining out more marble because we're using it for various things. But thank you very much for the 27 subscriptions and the $21 in bits. But once we're down here, I'm going to remove all of these ramps once we get those stairs done, which they are partially done now. The reason I'm going to do this is it's going to very much restrict where the dwarves can path, which is going to be good for frames, although I do not want to deconstruct those walls or those stairs, because I do still need the stairs to get back up. That is also the wrong tool. A good material for making some balcony railing? I mean, literally any material is the correct answer to that, so. All right, so that should be good. But the problem will be there's a few spots they won't be able to get to. So I'm going to need like a little bridge going from here to here, as well as a little bridge going from here to here. And any other spots I'm going to need bridges? I don't think so. Should be fine. Oh, use bars. Here, I'll show you what bars look like. These are bars. Use bars. Yeah, vertical bars is what I would use. They look the most like a railing. Oh my. I didn't think that they would put bins in these, but that's fine. That's a lot of stuff in that one tile. You want a pet peacock? Peacocks are assholes in real life. They're like giant chickens. They're not particularly smart, and they're just kind of mean. You know, the fort's kind of running slowly, but I'm amazed it's running as well as it is right now. Okay, well, I want them to use this route in the future. So once all these ramps are gone, they'll stop going through this way, and they'll just start going this way, which is the route I want them to take. You lived in a neighborhood with wild peacocks, so really? Can I ask what part of the world that's in? Because I'll be honest with you, I have no idea where peacocks are wild. The only form of wild peacocks I know are assholes at bars. Or just way too loud. It's like, quit peacocking, calm down. Northern Cali? Really? There's wild peacocks in Northern California? Huh. Yes, they can be hooked up to a lever, and they will lower when the lever's pulled. Are from India-ish? Ish. Okay, noted. I mean, it's a genuine question. It's not something I've ever Googled before. And they're generally just like, you know, the bird that's in every single zoo. Pretty much. Austin has a huge peacock flock. They're just all an invasive species. Interesting. Well, I mean, it's sort of like here. Our natural squirrels basically don't exist anymore because the large dark colored ones kind of took over. The common ones are from India, but however, there is a subspecies that are native to Southeast Asia and the Congo. Oh, the more you know. Learn something every day. Keeps your brain working. You envy zoo workers so much they have access to so many animal bits and pieces? Oh, hold on a second. Bits and pieces. Elaborate? Sorry, but I find that sentence slightly disturbing. Also, if you want to talk to anybody about animal bits and pieces, talk to Cyralac in chat. Not certain if he's here right now, but Cyralac is our local professional animal bits and pieces Man wants the spare elephant wang? Uh-huh. Not sure about that, but removing ramps is rough on the frame rate. Can you make dwarves always have a wheelbarrow? No, wheelbarrows are assigned to a location. So wheelbarrow is like, I live in this stockpile. And then whenever that stockpile is accessed, then that wheelbarrow can be used. Otherwise, nope, they can't be used. So like this dwarf is going to go transport something to the stockpile. Bantam chickens, but the seller never sent the eggs. That sucks. One of my two major life goals is I want to have my own chickens and I want to have my own beehives. Those are my two major goals in life. Some people are just like, I want a new car. Some people are like, I want to own a lot of land. I'm like, I just want to be able to raise chickens. Some beehives. That explains why the frame rate dropped a bunch. How did we see them? Oh. Because I deconstructed all of this. Oops. That explains a lot. Let's rebuild that. Fortunately, I don't think anybody fell down there. Are they going to climb up and in? Or are they just going to live down there? They may also scare my dwarves while they're trying to construct this. Let's see. They either die or they hibernate. Depends on the bee. My mom used to have bantam chickens when she was growing up, so I've been told many stories about my mom's beloved bantam chickens. Apparently, they make great egg keepers for other types of birds. So if you have like geese or something, it's a good idea to have a bantam. The way my mom used to describe it is that they had pet geese for a bit. And they used the bantam chickens to raise them. And this is just more cavern dwellers. And they used the bantam chickens to raise them, but which apparently was the most adorable thing ever because the bantam chickens had a mini heart attack. Stokill was found dead. Oh, so somebody did fall in there. Well, rest in peace, Stokill. That's unfortunate. Yeah. It does look like a dwarf fell. A dwarf fell and Stokill got murdered. Yep, F's for Stokill. But anyway, the goose were basically raised by the bantam chickens. And the adorable thing about it is when the goose got old enough to start swimming, the chicken mom would have like an absolute conniption fit. Would just sit there and like, are they climbing up? I don't think so. They're just shooting bits at us. Yeah, they're just shooting stuff at us. We'll eventually run out of ammunition, though. Problem is they're right there. But yeah, she would just like freak out whenever the geese would try and, you know, go for a swim or something. Because geese swim, right? Like, geese are used to this. They swim. Chickens don't, so Phantom Chicken Mom would just like have a panic attack. Did I see your redeem of a dwarf? No, I didn't. I'm staring pretty intently at these ant people right now. And it was only a minute ago and hadn't looked over there yet. But what kind of dwarf would you like? I think you know the rules, probably. I can check your chat logs to see if you already wrote it out. No, you didn't. So beard or no beard, and approximately what job would you like? I will do my best to provide. I'm just trying to get these walls done. A bearded peasant. I don't know if I have a single peasant in this fort. If I do, I'm unaware of them. There isn't a single peasant in this fort, which means we have enough workers around. Chicken Mom thought her son was Jesus. Well, I was afraid kids would drown. Apparently, eventually, she just kind of got over it, but I think that that's really cute that, like, the chicken would freak out. Bearded crafts dwarf, any kind. We're also, like, running low on craft stores because they're all turning into cooks. Give you a bone carver. Or if that made that scepter earlier. Jerry Gord, your craft scored. You're bad with words, apparently. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He's a perfectionist and slow to trust others, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He does not mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he has a little interest in joking around. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and then. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he generally works with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Personally, really respects commerce and those that engage in trade and he personally really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and he values artwork and finds friendship burdensome and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He likes lignite, silver, and amber opal, goblin cap wood, and cat leather. The color eggplant and gems and scepters and llamas for their wool, and the words of the bronze rocks and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and prefers to consume ratweed and purple amaranth beer and reindeer's milk, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. 78 years old, healthy, legendary bone carver, proficient spinner. Hello, Bob. How are you? You're reading on the wiki, Fire Imp Leather is immune to dragon fire. I have no idea. In regards to trapping Kate, or caging imps like that, I have zero clue. Although, aren't they intelligent? Because if they're intelligent, it just wouldn't work. Holy fuck, that's a lot of magnetite. I've never cage trapped a fire imp, I guess, to fully answer that question. But also, dragons are so rare that I usually just catch them. Need a big magnet? I mean, less of a big magnet and more of a, like a minecart route or something to get the lava down. But I'd have to go through... Oh, do I have to go through an aquifer layer? Or is... No, I don't need... I wouldn't need to go through an aquifer. Yeah, I could just use minecarts to bring it down. Although, my next project right now actually is changing the entryway to the fort. Because right now, the fort's entryway is... kind of tedious. They come in through the front door here, right? Kind of want this to be forbidden. Or rather, not forbidden, but like, I want those to all be upstairs going up. And then I want them to enter the fort down here, I think. Primarily. Basic, or rather, no, not to enter the fort. I want them to go underground via down here. So what I want to do is I want to have a stairwell that goes from like this area right here. So this can just go down to like about this. I'm tired of the route that they take to get underground. So I'm making a new route to get underground. Actually, what level is that in relation to this? Yeah, we could just go a few layers further down, actually. Trying to fix my stairway setups right now, because right now they kind of suck. And then we'll also build a walkway up this way. Goes to the underground. And then the top of this gets the stairs beneath it removed, basically. So this here, gonna remove all these. And then these should just become upstairs, if I'm understanding the system right. Or I have a secondary way of fixing it. Do there have to be walls between the stairs, or do open floor spaces also work? If we're talking about this particular pattern, the reason it's good for frame rate is dwarves don't need to see each other while they're going up and down. That's the reason it's good for frames, is because dwarves don't see each other when they're going up and down. So by removing that, you're like losing all benefits, if that's what you're asking directly. So the pillar in the middle is pretty important. Or the pillars, rather, are quite important. Guess the job there got suspended. You think they're trying to get in? You think? I hadn't noticed. See if I can do it this way. Where they don't have a direct line of sight. But yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware that they're trying to get in. Yeah, this seems to be working. They're all just standing there like, I'm an ant. And for some reason, ants make, like, phone vibrating sounds. Oh, boy. You know, how about instead of this, I just put a wall here and a wall here. And we make this invisible and forbid it. How about that? Angry ant noises? Yeah, I mean, like, they're not getting in, so I'm just gonna fix this hole. All right, so that didn't actually work the way I wanted it to. This layer up here, I'm gonna chop these out just so that I have access to this for a minute. Actually, can I do this at a higher priority, or are we already at the high? I'm an idiot. They're already at the highest. So once these are dug out, then I can make these up-only stairs. Although it kind of sucks to be the dwarf that's in here right now, because this dwarf is currently stuck. All they can do is mine. Currently, yeah. That other creatures can't dig. I don't think like forgotten creatures or like cavern dwellers should ever be able to dig, but I kind of wish that like kobolds could dig because they're largely harmless. It would be kind of cool if like a kobold just like into your fort. It makes their will stronger. True. Yes. Actually, there might be a way up. They might be able to. Yeah, no, they could probably take the minecart route up. Now that I think about it. Windows are breakable, yes. Anything can break a window. You don't even need to be a building destroyer to break a window. Yeah, okay. He did just walk out of there, which does mean you're at risk of being atom smashed by the thingy, but which does also mean I should block this off. I need to block all access to it except for the bottom so that it is more convenient to go the other way. Because if they all start walking up there, someone is going to get impact murdered by a minecart going at a bajillion miles an hour. Which is suboptimal, shall we say. You don't really want that. I mean, it's a very bad idea to do a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress, but those very bad ideas make Dwarf Fortress fun. So... personally, I think very bad ideas are often very good ideas in the context of Dwarf Fort. Bad ideas equal fun. Exactly! Now you're getting it, Bob. Now we're cooking with magnets. I don't know how you cook with magnets. It just sounded like a fun thing to say, so I said it. Well, because glass floor is flooring, not a window. Floor and a window are a very different thing. There's a reason they called the operating system Windows and not floors. I can mine that out. Yo, I got floors 98 on my PC now. I mean, more like floors 23 at this point, right? Fold has slipped into depression. That's unfortunate. All right, well, let's see if all the fires have been put out. It's just this one, which hasn't been put out yet. But this is the next layer that we need to be chiseling around in. I guess the way to do this is to go from one layer above right here and just release this. This can, like, be let out and go do its thing. I also need some more miners, so it's time to assign some more miners. So I have tons of picks. Chain, ballista arrows. Steel, ballista arrow. 3. Not adamantine. Steel chain. 3. Live concerts have not yet been added to DF. That's not true. The dwarves can perform music. Just so that you're aware. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I will let this be a down ramp right here. But I'm going to actually make it into a constructed ramp. And there we go. All right, so up here, this up here now needs to become a constructed stairwell. So we can go from down here to up here. And let's use this material. Let's just go with shale. Outside. This should fix this. Let's see. So these should become just upstairs. If I'm understanding the system correctly, which I'm still learning. And we all learn slowly. At our own speeds, rather. How do you get a dwarf out of a cage if they got stuck in it? Construct the cage, and then connect a lever to the cage, and then pull the lever. Or alternatively, assign an animal to the cage. Or construct the cage, and then I think you can just deassign it. God damn it, it's not. Man, I miss the old stair system. And I know I'm not alone on this one. I miss the old stair system. It was much better in a lot of ways. Can you delete and make walls? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yes. Yeah, I guess that would work too. We'll just try that. Doesn't change the fact that I don't like how this stair system works. I do not. And I miss the old one. Yeah, if you go to cages and restraints, you can just place a cage. So you just cycle between your cages and find the cage with the dwarf in it, place it, and connect it to a lever. Hopefully that helps, Joe Knight. I just miss being able to build individual stair pieces. Thanks, Citrix. Just let me build the thing the way that I want to build it at this point. I don't feel like losing materials. And yes, you do lose materials, and you only get them back when you deconstruct it. So we'll just do this my way at this point. Frank Sinatra's way? Yeah. I mean, I'm already going to be losing, like, the floor materials that I'm building here, so... Last thing I want to lose is floor materials and stair materials. Yeah, I just wish that there was, like, an advanced mode to stairs or something, but... I'm not going to complain about it too much. It is a mild annoyance for me, but it's not game-breaking by any stretch. It's just a mild annoyance. And I can live with mild annoyances. Use whatever's close. Siltstone, sure. So currently we can't get in or out of our fort. Like at all. At least until that stair gets constructed. Without taking this, we can get to the bottom. Yeah, it's like stairs are a mess right now. I don't know. I would like some advanced building tools for stairs. There we go, we have freedom again. Artifact. Artemis is making an artifact. As for where Artemis is, I do not know. Type of dwarf are you? You're a cook. Couple of those. I wonder if you just dropped a minecart full of stuff. Halfway down. Someone is going to die here at some point. Gonna make the best rack of ribs ever. God, I wish that they could use... I wish that they could make legendary meals, though, because that would just be awesome. Where did it connect? It's allowed to connect there. It connects here somewhere. Go one layer at a time. There it connects. But no, I want to see where it connects to the track. That's fine. Because I don't want them using the track at all as a means of getting around, otherwise people will just die. Maybe I'm just like seeing things. It's just a pleasant mist of dwarven splat. Where did there you are. That's the way they used to work, Conran. The way they used to work before was you would select upstairs, downstairs, or up downstairs. But the problem was the system was so confusing to some people for some reason that there's literally like 20-minute long videos on YouTube about how the old stair system worked, and people hated it. So the result was they just completely changed how it works for this version, which I don't blame them. I mean, it was one of the more problematic systems in the game, but it did, once you understood how it worked, it allowed for a lot of customization. So we're going to get a mason stonecutter shop thing. Ooh. Grabs obsidian. Obsidian door. Obsidian door. Obsidian door. Pleasant Mist and Dwarven Splash are somewhere between campaign and euphemism. I mean, it could be either. Well, now you're just sitting there awkwardly. Cut gems. Skeletons. It's probably skeletons. Well, I'm going to slaughter those bunnies just because I don't want them. And 2 pigs. This is your dwarf Artemis follow, yes. Which is why I'm following them. If random dwarf number 45 makes an artifact, if a named dwarf makes an artifact, gotta follow them. It is adorned with bits of tomato and menaces with spikes of cheese. On the taco is an image of dwarf. The dwarf is burning. I mean, that's just latte art, right? It's like on your latte, there's an image of a smiley face. It is screaming. In pain. You're having massive problems making a stair up or down because I have a stair platform below and a stair going down made on open space. I believe it. I have to look at it to be able to tell you how to improve it, but... I'm gonna have to watch this episode of Kid Fox Games' streams. Was delighted after photographing and Instagramming their legendary taco. I think that dwarfagram is something that I'm not ready for. Although I am a firm believer that a Dwarven Postal Service would be an excellent addition. Now we wait. The next Popleope will have to wait until the next world. Really? They're gonna wait that long? Not even just the next fort? Could totally get news and rumors for that. Yeah, and it would actually give the messenger something to do. And it would also give the paper more reason to exist aside from books. I don't know. I think it would be cool. He gon' go insane? Frame rate's moving pretty slowly, so it's taking a while for my butchers to butcher those pigs. If you don't get impatient, fair enough. To be fair, the Popleope in this world died pretty dramatically. Like, that's one of the best deaths you could ask for as a military dwarf. Dying while taking down a demon in the process. Like, that's a pretty good way to go. Frankly, like, you soloed a demon, won, and then died of your wounds. Like, that's pretty peak. It was like one of my best soldiers ever died because he was fighting with, like, an entire siege of goblins. And died because he was thrown backwards into one of my drawbridges as it closed. So single-handedly killed an army of, I don't know, 150, 200 goblins, and then got thrown backwards and died. It was pretty satisfying. I was like, well, of all the ways you could go, that's a pretty good one. No. I'll be honest with you, I have not been on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit a lot recently. I was on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit a shit ton before launch, and, like, posting multiple times a day. But the reason I've slowed down very heavily, almost entirely with it, is because it's just a big subreddit now. So it's like it's really hard to like actually have conversations with people, which is like, you know, a good thing overall, but kind of sucks when you're trying to use a subreddit more like a forum than a subreddit. What, getting thrown into a drawbridge? Super job, Joshy? Welcome back, Thomas, not the train. Agitated eagle attacks the human bard, but jumps away. The agitated eagle scratches at the human bard in the lower body with her first toe on the right foot, bruising the muscle and bruising the skull. Geldables have been torn away. The human bards look sick. I would too. That poor human bard didn't deserve it. That's pretty brutal. No, I mean, the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is great. It's just a lot of like people posting things because they're seeing it for the first time. That for me is like the 10 billionth time it's been reposted. Like a good example of this is it's just like a dwarf saw somebody die and now they are no longer stressed. Oh my god, and stuff like that. It's like, okay, cool. It's just like it's a community discovering a game, and it's just not interesting conversation for me. Because like the conversation I used to like about the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is it was, you know, part of the crazy group of old heads that have been playing the game for, you know, a decade or two, maybe 5. So because it used to be full of like kind of a different crowd of people, it's just, you know, it's just a different place now. It's neither good nor bad necessarily. It's a different place now. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a lot of those like newbie friendly subreddits, which is great. I mean, that's what they want. I don't like change? Well, it's not that I don't like change. It's just I have no reason to participate in the conversation anymore. Change is great. It's also nice that I don't have to like post my stream on the subreddit to get any semblance of traffic to my stream now, which is what I used to have to do. Your Duke/Count went mad and started running around babbling, and now he doesn't show as a noble. Oh, he's dead. You lost the slot for the noble, yeah. If your noble dies, when the noble dies, somebody who is a relation to them will inherit the role of that noble position. If they are not in your fort, then it's just gone. If they're in your fort, then it keeps. Thought you saw a huge demon. It's my Forgotten Beasts. We have Angry Noodle and not a dinosaur, and then they live here, and they live to spray this piggy who's petrified permanently with webs, and then we lock the door, pull this lever, lift this up, and yeah. Pissy McGee finally died, I guess. Seems like it. How does one do this game, even with its mechanics? Pat down, actually doing anything beyond building the fort because it feels impossible without motivation? Get motivation? I don't know. Like if you're just stating I don't want to play the game, Dwarf Fortress is a game about making your own fun and setting your own goals. If you've only dug down 4 levels, you're not going to find anything interesting. For one thing. Set a goal. That's how I play. Always have like kind of an image in my head of what I would like to achieve. In this fortress, we're trying to get the endgame stuff done, which is digging too deeply and greedily and finding the underworld and figuratively and literally releasing a Balrog. And also at the same time, I'm trying to reclaim places in the world that were captured by, you know, stupid humans. Mostly, and some elves. So, you know, it's all just kind of a What do you want to do with the game? What is your goal with the game? Well, set a goal and try and complete it. It's you have to think about playing Dwarf Fortress similar to like playing Minecraft before it had like a quest line. You know, you build that first house and you survive that first night. That's digging out your first few bedrooms and getting bedrooms set up for your first few dwarves. That's you. Congrats, you've survived the first night of Minecraft. Now go find diamonds. A lot of enjoying Dwarf Fortress is a matter of learning what is available to the player, because the game doesn't tell you what's available to you. It's a matter of you going out and finding it. But at the end of the day, if you don't enjoy that type of game, then I'm not going to say, like, you have to try and play it. Dwarf Fortress is a weird, obtuse niche game for people that like to discover lore and mess around in a weird world and learn about it slowly. If that's what gets your good brain chemicals going, then play it. If not, then there's not much else I can say. I'm not letting people redeem animals because that just makes stuff complicated. It's already annoying, like, not annoying, but it's already tedious enough having to keep track of everybody's living dwarves. I'm not going to, like, keep track of geese as well. Thomas Not the Train, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Cheers, friend. You know, I mean, playing Dwarf Fortress is also like playing a game like SimCity. You've built one city and everybody's happy. All right, now what? Well, go build a bigger, better city. It's got a lot of that, too. But games with no clear set goals can be tough for some types of people. No. And that's also another reason why I don't really want to name geese. So long story short is, what do you do with your channel points? I don't know. It's a shitty system that Twitch shouldn't have implemented in the first place. So whatever you want with them is my actual statement. Literally whatever you want with them. It's a world simulation that you can interact with. That's really all that Dwarf Fortress is. It's a simulated fantasy world that you get to play with. It's a toy. That also happens to be a lot like, you know, watching an anthill move around. Yeah, and you know, if the thing is, right, like I've already got one of them's disabled today because I'm just tired today and being lazy. But like I already have 2 channel points that require me to stop what I'm doing and name a thing and read a description. I'm not adding more of those. 2 is plenty. But yeah, I don't know. It's always kind of difficult telling people. It's like, well, how do you get fun out of Dwarf Fortress? It's actually quite difficult. A dog died of old age. It's the first of spring. What an odd path to choose, Dwarf. Or I used to be rich. I used to be rich is the classic. Yeah, if things randomly appear dead on the 1st of spring, by the way, that's when things die of old age. It's being fascinated by procedurally generated systems and worlds working together to create a narrative. And if you are fascinated by that, it is very, very easy to fall head over heels in love with Dwarf Fort. If you're not, it's very hard to fall in love with Dwarf Fort. If you want something with a lot more direction and way less interesting deep systems like that, I mean, everybody always just recommends RimWorld because that's what that game is. Was it a good dog? Oh, definitely. I mean, it was a named dog. It was somebody's pet. I could potentially give it a coffin if I have some available. There you go. Oh, shit. Fycod got one. Someone's pet cat got one. Oh, right. Yeah. It's going to just... I guess I can't manually assign a pet. So these are all just going to get filled up with pets. Well, that's a little unfortunate. Those chickens. Well, I guess this is going to be the kitty crypt then. We're still getting them placed in here. Oh, boy. Man. A lot of dead cats in this fort. It's a visual bug with these sprites, yeah. It's like, trust me, they do all in fact have coffins. Turns out dwarves love their pet roosters. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It is difficult for me to tell other people how to have fun with a video game. But I also, like, understand the kind of annoyance with it, because, like, you know, I actually talked about this in my Finding the Fun video on YouTube, but, you know, it took me a really, 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 really long time to start enjoying Dwarf Fortress. And there was one person in the comments who was just like, no, you're wrong! You learned the game when it was an unplayable mess. It should take us a lot shorter period of time to learn to play the game. It's like, no. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's kind of like Dark Souls. Hear me out. It's kind of like Dark Souls in that the game doesn't hold your hand, and the game doesn't point you directly at story. You have to go find that story. In Dark Souls, it's reading item descriptions. In Dark Souls, it's paying very close attention to things around the world. It's looking very closely at details in castles and looking at the bodies of things. In Dwarf Fortress, it's reading the item descriptions that the Etten brought in that attacked you after 5 years of literally nothing of note happening, and reading Legends mode about your faction before you start playing so you have an idea of what you're playing. It's deciding what kind of headcanon you have for your personal faction that you're playing at the time and playing within that. Reading the description of your king's thoughts when your king joins your fortress from the mountain home, and then abiding by your king's thoughts. Does your king want peace at all costs? All right, peace at all costs, including invading literally everybody and turning them into dust. Are they somebody that's cruel? All right, let's throw some dwarves into the lava moat. Are they a dwarf that's kind and likes crafts? All right, let's make a lot of crafts. Like, you have to... It requires some personal creativity, I think, and that's a bit much for some people. Some people just aren't down for that, and that is okay. It's a game for a specific type of person, and if you're that type of person, you already know that. Even if you're still in the process of learning it, you can get past that curve, and you will start to find that, like, the fun there. If you're not that type of person, that is okay, and don't beat yourself up over it. In which case, I would say continue to enjoy the game vicariously through other people. As an example, some people adore. Mayagushka, don't you have a dwarf in this fort? I thought you did. Unless you died. No, maybe you died. Yeah, you did die. Okay, what kind of dwarf would you like? Tragically died in the mines. Well, I'm sorry. about your horrific loss. Whatever I can do to make it better, and up into and including naming you a new dwarf. Just give me a shout. It's an interactive art project. That's really what it is. And for some people, that's great, and for some people, that sucks. They're not interested. A beardless weaver. Give you this one. Lyagushka is collecting webs, has a spouse and a child named Unib. Both are still alive. You're married to Neeks in chat, and you have an only son who's not dead. I'm happy to inform you. You're content after being near a waterfall, and you're hauling some silk to weave it. And she is obsessed with order and structure in her life, with everything kept in its proper place. After being caught in the after being with everything kept in her place after being caught in the rain in 249, she is impervious to the effects of stress after being forced to endure the decay of a friend in 253. She has a very calm demeanor after being forced to endure the decay of a friend in 251, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding after becoming a parent in 252. She often acts with compassion after giving birth to a boy in 252, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She often feels envious of others, and she doesn't mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She could be considered rude, and she enjoys the company of others, and she occasionally overindulges and has a greedy streak, and does not often feel lustful, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and all that jazz. She personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. And due to experiencing trauma in 252, and she views tranquility as one of the highest ideals after seeing an elf's dead body, and she sees family as one of the most important things in life after becoming a parent. And she has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and sees war as a useful means to an end and does not respect the law, and she dreams of creating a great work of art, and this was realized. She likes bauxite, nickel, and yellow sespertine, and giant osprey leather, and gray gibbon tooth, giant dingo bone, and the color flax. Breastplates and gloves and rings and alpacas for their wool, and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine and absolutely hates purring maggots. Rain is traumatizing as always. I always take this moment as a chance to remind everybody how time works in Dwarf Fortress. If you were forced to work outside in the rain for like 6 months of your life, without getting the chance to sleep, I think you too would be pretty traumatized by it. Just wanted to throw that out there. I think you two would be pretty traumatized by it. All right, let's... Rusty McCrusty is haunting. All right, well, we gotta sort that. There you are. Let's also get these placed. I like to think that we as chat are like the outer gods in Elden Ring, choosing beings of the realm and DFs to enact our will. I know very little of the story of Elden Ring. I watched quite a bit of it when it was the new hotness, but as far as actually like being aware of the story of it, I know very little. I'm gonna start picking away at this. Once a named dwarf is bound to us? I mean, maybe. It's an interesting headcanon you got there. Yeah, I need to check on that dwarf for that artifact because it's been sitting for a bit. Still chilling. Probably just needs more bones, actually. Yeah, he sits on skeletons for a little bit. I'm just gonna make sure I butchered all those animals. I've given up in pronouncing Lyagushka's name. So either I can pronounce it wrong indefinitely or stop saying their name, period. And outside of that, I've given up. Call it a night for now. Alrighty, Linux Town. We'll be back on Tuesday. The other thing I could do is I could cut some gems. Which is still actually happening on repeat. So yeah, it's literally just they need more bones, it seems like. That or trees could be possible. Kind of need both, to be honest. I don't know why those got suspended, but I will unsuspend them. And then this up here is going to just have a little roof on it. How long does water take to dry? Why does this sound like an internet trap question? You know, it's like the why is water wet thing. It will only dry if it's 1 of 7 deep. And it takes as long as it needs. I don't actually know the amount of time. It technically doesn't dry, it evaporates. Man, it took a long time to get rid of all those bodies. A little bit ridiculous. Dry water. Just add water. Sure. Thexel. The other one. Wouldn't dry water be dry ice? Oh my word. It's a giant trumpet. The Forgotten Beast Stumib has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of brass. Not a bronze colossus, chat. It has 3 short horns and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. Not a bronze colossus. Alright, so where's not a bronze colossus? Alright, well I found the definitely not a bronze colossus. It's a brassy, yeah. It's on the shallower cavern layer too, I think. Yeah. No, never mind. It's on the deeper one. Which means it can't get to us at all. You think it's linked to drainage rate? Huh. I wouldn't know. Alright, Artemis has run off. So I'm assuming my name. Yep. He's going to go get more bones. Bronze brain instead of... Yeah, brass brain instead of a bronze brain. Yes, very smart beast. You're seeing some free webs. Oh, there's tons of webs in my fortress as is. We don't need to go for more. Trust me, we don't need to go for more. I need to make a new set of full clothing for everybody soon. Starting to see some destroyed clothing on my dwarves. I do like that the number of really pissed dwarves has dropped quite significantly, though. No, actually what I need to do is I need to reroute my lava tubes and just, like, cleanse the caverns with some lava. That might be a project for Tuesday. It's just finding the highest point in the caverns and dumping lava on it. Just getting rid of some of those ant people. Ooh. Something evil is emerging from a newly exposed pocket. It's a three-eyed brute. Let's get this dwarf out of here. So a three-eyed brute is what exactly? Very large. Okay, deadly dust. Ew. Ew. Deadly dust. Zoot SDG, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. If you refresh the stream, you'll get ad-free viewing and emotes. Cheers. Thank you much. Well, Dwarf did as stupid. He's getting a bath, though. Dwarf is running. Bacon of Hope. Thanks as well. Speaking of ads, an ad break is about to start. I'm going to take this as an opportunity to use the toilet. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do with this beastie. Almost a hype train, just needs one more person to interact, and then it is a hype train. MD2280, thanks for the Prime. The 3 brand new Prime subscriptions back to back. Cheers, guys. I like how this Forgotten Beast is both musical and cheerless. A lot of things just happened, but I see a question I'm asking about CUD today. No CUD today. Next CUD will probably be Wednesday, if I had to guess. Wednesday or Thursday next week. Well, thank you, Zoot. Cheers. Claiborne, thank you very much for chucking out a 5-pack of gift subs, and Conran... shit, I'm not even going to say that because I'm going to sound like I'm cursing. Thank you much. The Prime. So this guy's firing out the dust, which has quite the range. Got hit by boulders coming down. Also, Nixie, thank you very much for that tier 1 for the 5th month. Welcome back. Just kind of hope that this guy runs into the fort. Kind of just want to trap this one. What you going for? I don't know. Oh, there's a... Oh. Adil ran over here. Bits for the hype god? Oh, thank you. Okay. What is that? Oh, it's your frozen extract. Okay. Well, this dwarf is now tired and bleeding. What a rough time. Dizzy. The game is thinking. I feel like this would be a bad place to fight this thing based on how fast it moves and how much it jumps. Burrow time might not be a bad idea to turn it on. I'm just kind of hoping it'll get stuck in one of my corridors. Because I don't really want my military to fight this thing. If I can avoid it. Man, this dwarf hasn't died yet. That's impressive. Did this thing receive any kind of damage? No, it didn't. Then why is it just sitting there? It's weird that it doesn't really fight. It just like... Okay, there it goes. Just kind of flails. Well, shoutouts to that dwarf. You did well. Got him. Isn't that bad? Says somebody who's never gotten bad dust, I suppose. Dust is either not that bad, in air quotes, or will just cause your lungs to close up after combat, and then everybody dies guaranteed, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you don't know. They can have delayed effects. I've seen it, like, make all of their skin rot off their bodies. I've seen it make them just bleed to death, like, just start bleeding randomly. I've seen it do all kinds of horrific things. So dust is not only bad, it is very bad, in fact. Dust is one of the worst. Deadly Blood is far less dangerous than dust, but yes. They are, in fact, both insanely dangerous. Okay, so that's adamantine down there. I could actually dig right there. Oops. That's a dig icon, not a stair icon. I want stairs right there's. Getting some candy in the fort would be nice. Also, 30 seconds left on the hype train. Thank you very much, everybody, for starting up a second hype train in the day. You know? You guys have been very good. Conrad, thanks for chucking out a 5-pack as well. Cheers. I mean, yeah, we were talking about this earlier, that deadly dust is just asbestos. This was a pretty common topic of conversation in this chat for a minute there. It keeps rolling. We kind of have an emote for it, which is Crypt Zoom. And mine out the extra bits. Sad times, no emotes for a week. Is what it is. You know, you can't win everything. Can't have everything all the time. During the Cook's been found. Oh, they found the body. Well, that's a shame. There was a what's it called? A person who commented on my one of my VODs when I from the streams from the first week after release for Dwarf Fort. They were like, "Man, you have the lowest key hype trains I've ever seen on a stream." He's like, "Most streamers are freaking out about money, and you just are kind of like, thank you." It's like, it's kind of refreshing for it. Like me just like, yeah, money, thanks. Okay, well, I need this to go up to here, basically, is what I need. Need it to go into that corner. So I can filter this guy in with the other two. They can all be friends. We can continue our demon collection. Also, that dwarf began a mysterious construction. Well, I don't want people to feel like they're forced to do things, you know? And it's unfortunately very, 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 very easy to present hype trains like that. Like, it's way too easy for streamers to just make it all a big FOMO thing. And I feel icky when I do that. Doesn't matter how badly I need the money. No, I'll just keep blocking people that offer me Raid Shadow Legends stuff. We'll just keep doing that. Seems like a better way of doing things as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so we're about to dig into another water pocket. Okay. Adamantine it is. It's actually fine. Or not adamant, or obsidian it is. This is actually a pretty good spot. I don't promote garbage. The only sponsored segments I will do are for games that I genuinely believe are good and also already fit the shtick of the stream. If they don't, I don't need to promote them. This is going to take a while to do, so bear with me here. Just gonna keep repeatedly doing this. It's commission-based for it with a flat rate. So to give you an idea, the one that they offered me was like a week or two ago that I turned down, obviously. They offered me $850 flat rate plus an extra $80 per sign-up. Some migrants arrived despite the danger. There we go. Have a weak hammerer and don't let your hammerer train and make them equip like, I don't know, a toy axe made of wood. $80 per sign up that gets to level 10, which basically means $80 per person who plays for an hour and a half, I think. To give you an idea, I could charge their flat rate as an hourly fee to stream games easily, and that would be lowballing. So it's a lowball offer anyway. So if I were to do sponsorships right now, if I were to go to a developer with the size that my channel is right now, I would probably charge about their flat rate hourly. Artemis, the cook, has created Kira Gestajist, an obsidian amulet, and offers it to the chunky orb. Chat room, thank you very much for the 8 bits and 16 subs. They must be having a pretty good ratio at catching those whales. You have no idea how much money those games make. All right, there's a reason like 200 of their like 450 employees are psychology majors. It's because they're trying to figure out how to make you spend as much money as possible. Psychologists. They're hired by shitty video games. Anyway, this is an obsidian amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned obsidian cabochons and decorated with oak, and encircled with bands of encircled with bands of oak, trillion-cut dendric agates, and llama bone. This object menaces with spikes of obsidian and yellow diamond. On the item is an image of goblin caps in pig bone. On the item is an image of gilded silkiness. The pockmarked metal scepter in pig leather. How much is that valued at? Look at the value. 2,000? Okay, not that valuable. I think that one is going to go to Commander Budgie. You've earned this. If I could find it. There it is. Yeah, Raid is just one of many games like that. Commander Budgie is in fact alive. I think you asked earlier, and I was like, yeah, you're alive. Although you lost your nickname. You're just Budgie. What's the name of that dwarf's last name? Adil the cook has been found dead? Right, yeah, from the base. As well as K-E-L-T. Bacon of Hope. Congratulations for subscribing at Tier 2. You parted with money, and that means I get to do a thing. I get to give you access to sound commands at Tier 2. Also available for $7 a month on Patreon. Or $8 a month? I don't actually remember what I charge for it. Bacon of Hope, if you type in exclamation point annoy me, I'm sure Pilot can show you. You now have access to the soundboard. And thank you. Means a lot. By the Duchesses of Climax Halls. I'm sure they're a fun group. Gobble is still one of your favorites? I cannot remember the context of that one. I just know that I made that sound at some point. Can't remember why or what was happening, but I did in fact do that. Grumble. All right, well, what's another route that I could redirect? Actually, I know how I can redirect this. And then up here, I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm also going to go over here and deconstruct this. Gotta lock that door, though. Otherwise, we're going to have a nasty shapurge. So essentially, I'm going to let this guy around into here. I don't think they're going to fight, because they're on the same side. But if they do, that'll be exciting. But technically, they are, in fact, on the same side. So I don't necessarily expect them to fight. I'm sorry, what? Oh, ghosts are being put to rest. Maybe the demons need a hall of climaxing. Yeah, it seems that way. Angels do fight demons? Yeah, I believe that. I haven't seen them both. But this is definitely a demon, and these are also demons. But this is going to get a wall put in front of it right here. which I could actually just queue up right now. This is going to be floored over with another wall. And then we're going to lock, I guess, this door. And let them go in and out that way. And we will put them all up in there. Or hierarchy for demons? Technically, there's a big bad boss demon, but is there a hierarchy for them that we have access to in-game currently? Not outside of adventure mode that I'm aware of. Because you can technically enslave demons. Looks like you just gained an injury somehow, and I'm very confused by this. Not sure how that happened, but... I should actually just use a door. They're supposed to all get their own sprites eventually, but that was something that was cut due to just statistical limitations or limitations that that they hit when they were developing this version of the game. So it was like, well, they can either finish this version of the game or they could wait until February to release it. God, that is terrifying. They're supposed to be able to break doors down, so this leads me to believe that they should be able to break that down theoretically, which is horrifying. And I'm also going to fill this up with doorways, so you know, this will be fine. Be not afraid. Oh, I'm pretty fucking afraid right now. I am pretty fucking afraid. Oh no, I mean the demons and the angels come from the same place. The only difference is they're masters. And angels speak, whereas demons don't. A huge swig of what? Claiborne? Save just in case? Why would I do that? That seems like an unnecessary concern. Just in case? Nah. Do not drink liquids in the halls of climaxing. I mean, maybe you can. You just have to be very brave. Showed you a series called The Midnight Mass. Sounds familiar. Am I familiar with it? No. But I think I've heard the name before. All right. I'm just waiting on those doors. So while we're waiting on those doors, I'm going to go down here and we're going to work on this. Because once this area here has been emptied out, then we'll be able to, you know, do what we actually want to do here. Whatever that might be. Could also just start mining this area out too. But I want to mine into this. This is what we're going for right here. This adamantine. Cheers, Claiborne. You have a good Saturday. Thank you very much for hanging out as per usual. All right, this whole setup seems pretty much good to go. Just one more door. One more door. Happy Salt Dwarf is lurking the fort. NIL. All right. Just a few different things that we're waiting on here. Getting this thing sorted. Although I could actually just pump this water out. Would probably be a lot quicker. But if I start digging, I'm scared that I'm going to dig into more lava pockets, which isn't really something I want to do. You did die. You've come back as a ghost. Hence the, oh no, Happy Salt Dwarf is haunting the fortress. So I'm just holding the button down right now on the paint option. So the second this job finishes, it gets automatically reassigned instantly. You didn't hear that part, just your name. Fair. I'm not sure how that water got up here, though. Maybe I could channel that in from up here. That'd be kind of cool if that worked. We'll see you later, Michelle GR. We'll be on Tuesday is the next scheduled stream. No, it didn't work. Well, that's a shame. That did, though. Because it is getting shallower, it's going to pour slower now. Am I farming obsidian? No. I'm just trying to get this water pocket and this lava pocket out of here so I can mine this adamantine. That is all I'm trying to do. Farming the obsidian is just a side effect of that, I guess.
Oh, 40. Nice.
40! Congrats! It's a big number. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 40 months. It's a goddamn long time. It's fun to either have water or lava, but not both. Yeah, I mean, like, it's getting to be a bit much, to be honest, but I'm also not going to complain too much. More or less okay with it, but it is a bit much. All right, so we're going to start releasing this thing. Screw this extra door. So what we're going to do is I'm going to lock this door. I'm going to unlock this door. Go exploring. Doesn't want to go exploring, chat. It's obsessed with this door currently. Or maybe not that. Let's use a block. No, thank you. Because that might just make them run in. But he's obsessed with this door right now. If I build a wall here, because I don't want to put the dwarves into a lockdown zone, right? So he'll get tired eventually, and then he'll go the other way. And then we can just start locking him. Oh, you turn around. Dang it. Come on. Come on. Dude. Dude? Dude. There you go. Getting adventurous, aren't we? Now you guys can all hang out in there. You guys can all be friends. See? Now we got, you know, our little demon enclosure grows. It'll be a great little demon enclosure soon. Demon taunting for fun and dwarven pleasure. Yeah, pretty much. All right. Oh boy. Got semi-molten rock right there. That's slightly concerning. Well, so much for, you know, building into that. Actually, you know what? Let's just channel this one out. We'll just channel that out. That'll immediately go psss. Let's do this again. Wait, what's that rock? What, the semi-molten rock? Semi-molten rock is Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of bedrock. And the other one is adamantine. That's what we're going for. My goal for today is to start harvesting adamantine. Or as they call it in the world of Dwarf Fort, candy. But yeah, no, the red one is bedrock, basically. If you dig through it, lava will come out of it. Just waiting. Waiting for dwarfs. God, there's a lot of pissed off demons in there. By pissed a lot, I mean 3. Magma aquifer? Sure. Can one make buildings with it? Absolutely not, no. It does absolutely nothing. I mean, you could make a fort with edges that are semi-molten rock, but you can't smooth it, you can't interact with it, there's nothing you can do with it. Oh, this seems dangerous. Wow. This dwarf is a bit ballsy. Oh, wow, they are actually trying to do that. Okay, stop that, please. That is a bit dangerous. Hey, we're finally getting there. Look at this. I can actually dig down into here now. Sweet. You'll love to see it. And there we go. We can now start digging into this adamantine. Or trying to. So what I'm going to do to dig into adamantine safely is I'm going to make 2 tiles that are smoothed. Then I'm going to fortify them. So I'm going to carve holes through them so we can see behind it. Although this is extra, extra, extra dangerous now in the way the game works, but... Because if there's lava behind it, then it's just surprise lava. I'm sorry, why did you just suddenly become... What? I'm confused as to where that... Why that suddenly became this, but there's ramps here, so it's fine. Oh, that's adamantine. I do not want that to be mined. I want that to be smoothed. Okay, well, we'll look behind it with this one. Yeah, I see it, Pigawatts. Bearded miner? You sure? Gigawatts is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, lives a fast-paced life, and does not go out of his way to help others, and can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. Inhales sharply when he's angry and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally views Dwarf's ship with disgust, would desecrate so-called masterwork or two if he could get away with it. Values a harmonious existence and does not really value skills relating to fighting and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes Realgar, iron, and Christopraise, giant chipmunk leather, decahedra and greaves and figurines, and when possible prefers to consume crow and wheat beer, and hates leeches. 12.21 gigawatts! That's where my brain was going too. Glad I'm not the only one. All right, let's follow you. All right, you. These are going to go get smoothed. Let's just try and get this water to drain a little bit. Although this could also cause other problems. As in, like, releasing other demons and whatnot. I'm hoping that the only reason those are hot is because this layer above is lava. Glorious Dwarf. Leave the Glorious Dwarf crafts alone. I like it when you get a dwarf that's just like, I hate everything about my culture. I think those dwarves are kind of funny. But they do happen every so often. All right, more water. That's okay. So once these walls are smoothed, I'm going to assign them to be fortified. And then you guys are going to notice something like immediately, assuming this still works, and there's no reason for it to not still work. So the dangerous part about mining adamantine, this is 100% spoiler territory now. The dangerous part about mining adamantine is you don't know what's behind it. It might be just more adamantine, like right here, but it might also be a real quick tunnel down to hell. So, just gonna tell Poplio that. So because of this, the only way to mine adamantine safely is like this, by checking behind it first. Anyway, you can let Poplio know that I'm done explaining what I'm doing, but I'm still gonna keep doing it. So. Also, is anybody here watching the Kipfuck stream? Curious how they're doing. It's not safe, lol. Unless they've made it dangerous. Used to be the only safe way. Well, I'm checking something. Can you not get the material? No, you then go mine through it and you get the material. Wait, is that semi-molten rock? Yeah, that's semi-molten rock. What do you Addy for first? Spears. Or swords. Always spears or swords. But in this instance, we're going to be making a throne. Extract metal strands. Just do infinitely. And add a... Actually, if I just type in wafer, do that infinitely, don't care. Actually, let's do 5. An amount of adamantine strands is greater than 5. Make 5. Maybe we can make adamantine ballista arrows. God, I hope not. This is tempting fate here. And a rock stool for the king. No, you can have a golden throne. Dude's worked hard enough to woo a queen. Might as well give him some credit. Also, I can just mine this end one. You can sit on it for 40,000 years. You know, people reference 40K and expect me to understand the references. It's like, I don't actually get the reference, but... You have charcoal and coke, and you crafted some iron bars, and for some reason the smelter isn't working anymore. The dwarves simply will not smelt. Dwarves simply will not smelt, but you have charcoal and coke. Do you have metal left? Like, did they run out of ore to smelt? Plenty of ore? I don't know. Yeah, is your smelter linked to... I'm like rattling my brain through like the possible permutations of the response to that question. You have work orders set up and they won't go to the smelter? You don't know what you did? I would just undo and redo your work orders. Try that. Oh, yeah, I mean, I understand that much. I had no idea it was made of gold. Sorry. I'm just not a 40K guy at all. Just not a Warhammer person at all either. Should also probably just automate most of these. Dangerous, but we'll need to get it out of there eventually. Why run away? Why smoothing rock? So that we can peek behind it. Also can't remember how many adamantine strands behind, how many adamantine strands each piece of raw adamantine becomes. I can never remember. Oh, they can shoot through them, but at least in older versions of the game, they couldn't climb through them. Unless there was liquid pouring through it. But they may have changed that, I don't know. But like I've told Chad a million times, I abide by old strats because they work until proven that they don't work. Not the work orders. You just got rid of the work orders and tried making one lignite. So did you do you have a bunch of custom work orders like up here? 'Cause if you have a weaponsmithing one, you may have accidentally assigned it to nobody does this or only certain people do this. I would check that. That would be my next piece of advice, but really, like, it's hard for me to diagnose it without seeing screenshots of your setup. How are the dwarfs doing? Oh, digging deeply and greedily. Standard Monday stuff. And yourself? Although it's not Monday, it's Saturday, but feels kind of like a Monday for me. Also, Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid, by the way. I should give Bellinair a shout out. I'm not sure what he was doing today. I completely spaced on that. I saw it happen, but... There's lava there, which means there's probably lava behind this. SteamWorld build is neat. I've heard that from a few places. Although I don't think they've actually made a bad SteamWorld game. I think every single one of the SteamWorld games is interesting, weird, and good in its own neat way. I think that SteamWorld Dig 2 is quietly one of the best games ever made. I don't know how popular of an opinion that is, but... It's basically Anno plus Dungeon Keeper. Yeah, no, I hadn't heard that exact thing, but I heard the description of it. It's like, I like two-layer city builders. I was really unsold on the UI when I saw the UI on the announcement stuff, but... Ew. So this is why you use fortifications, chat. Mute me again if you don't want spoilers. See how I can now see that there's a hammer there? Without actually mining in there? That's what I'm talking about. So if there was something scary in there, it would just be something scary in a cage, in a box that I can then go cut out, instead of, oh, now there's a thing that can access me. This is a singing metal mall. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Singing metal? Yeah. Who doesn't want a mall that sings metal? How many treasures is this? I lost count, but we got more than enough. We've got more than enough. I'm sus about this area. A well-tuned bonk. Yeah. Speaking of well-tuned bonk, let's go into the Monarch. It's with D. It's not very valuable, but still going to the Monarch. I like how I'm also smoothing the floor. Whoops, didn't need to do that. I mean, minecarts are a method of mining magma. They're not an efficient one, but they're a method. They are certainly a method. I'm not going to say that they're an even remotely good one, but you can certainly do it that way. What would I recommend? Pumps. Pumps is what I would recommend. Like magma minecarts are good if you just need like one tile with magma in it. And if you don't happen to have a shit ton of time to set something up, because they're faster to set up initially, but if you want to transport lava in a volume, you use pumps. That's intentional. They are, in fact, making wafers. So they need enough adamantine strands to make wafers. But they will, in fact, make wafers. So I'm curious, McJerby, why are you, like, openly backseating me in a stream that says no backseating? They're making strands. Once they're made into strands, they will be made into wafers. I know what I'm doing. I appreciate your concern, though. Yummy, yummy candy wafers. Do need more craft store shops, though. I see this dwarf here is extracting metal strands. Bane's on it. An artifact barrel. I mean, that would be pretty funny. But there is another adamantine spire that we could use, too. I'm just trying to spread this lava out a little bit. One of my favorite engravings I ever found in Dwarf Fortress was in a reclaimed fortress right at the top of an adamantine spire. And it said on top of it there was an engraving. So I looked at the engraving and it was an image of a dwarf battling with demons. It was pretty cool. Dean Ports, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Because in Legends mode, that fortress dug too deeply. And with an alliance between humans and elves, they were able to force back the forces of evil or something or another. It was a pretty cool time. I'll just dig through that. Let it just go psst right there. Dwarf Doom guy? Pretty much, yeah. Kind of considering making a strand extraction specific task. Just kind of want this to pop out here. Did a dwarf just catch fire? Maybe not. Kind of looked like it for a second there. There we go. Get that mined out. I don't think so. We're still at 180. For your current fortress, yes. For the wider world, not really. Some of them will go and become wanderers, but generally they just kind of exist. They're kind of like wild animals, just really, really bitey, powerful wild animals. Ah! Fucking lava pockets, man. Let's just get rid of that. Yep. No, I mean, that will happen, but it's very uncommon in regards to the random demon tavern guest that you had. All right. And at all this. Any special kind of monster hunters to your tavern? I mean, ooh, another treasure. It's like, why is there ramps there? It's because we just dug through that. Does it attract any specific types of monster hunters? No, but like monster hunters are just attracted. There are no like demon hunters or anything. Oh. Translucent metal earring. Well, that's kind of cool. Not super valuable, but hey. Queen gets fancy earring. I Guknithin. Demon Hunter anime visitors. That sounds like a mod that someone's gonna make soon. I think I'm gonna do a thing. Let's go to add new work detail. Crafting. Grand extraction. Done. Strand type game. Okay, so strand type game. Nobody has any skills in strand extraction except for these dwarves, apparently. So they're going to go start working on their strand type game. Joke accepted. Thank you. I mean, I personally only play strand type games. Dwarf Fortress, if you didn't know, is the first ever strand type game. Contrary to the belief of a certain Kojima. Yeah, that's what I'm referencing. If you must know, I am in fact referencing Death Stranding. Actually, I accidentally made 20 toys from lead. Now you feel bad? It's okay. Dwarves don't suffer from lead poisoning. It's just kind of funny. I mean, it's a pretty common, like, I've played a video game before joke now. It's not super uncommon, that's for sure. What up? Incoming. Oops. Well, I'm gonna have to dig out this obsidian again. Did you just get hit by something? Are you okay? Lonely after being away from family? I mean, fair. That is kind of funny that I'm gonna need to dig out the adamantine again. Adamantine's also super goddamn light, by the way. All right, let's jump back up to the main fortress. Yeah, fishing acquires shells, which is also one of the worst valued craft types you can make. Never. I don't ever do the adamantine hammer thing. It's just goofy. Personally, I think it's goofy. I just saw somebody in Kit Fox's stream chat named Butt Prince, and I just want to say that are Butt Prince and Butt Kittens related? Okay, let's see. Do we have strands yet? Yay, we're starting to get adamantine strands. We've got 2 adamantine strands. Once we have 5, then, well, they will be made into other things. I think it's 5. It's either 5 or 7. I don't remember. Halls of Climaxing of many residents must be a big faction. Probably due to all the climaxing. I don't know. To me, it's just the I almost starved Silent Potato to death. Go get yourself some food and a drink. The actual concern with adamantine strands is they can be used as thread as part of I swear, if this dwarf dies, I will be very sad. They can be used as thread as part of hospitals, so you can give like a dwarf $1 million set of stitches. Still somehow cheaper than American healthcare, but you can give very expensive stitches to your dwarves. At least stitches fall out? No, they are removed from the dwarves when they die. I'm not sure that counts as falling out, but... Although I will say that the Stitches Fall Out Boy covers are almost somehow worse than actual Fall Out Boy, which is an achievement. What a pull. I don't know. I'm hungry and I've been streaming for 8 hours. So, can you retrieve the stitches back? Yeah, all stitches are removed from the dead bodies of dwarves. So when they die, they remove the stitches because they're permanent stitches when dwarves get stitches. I don't think they get removed at all. Fall Out Boy's first album was Tasty. You know, it would be even funnier if it was actually called Tasty. Hashpipe. I just have a personal vendetta against them. They're fine. Although I think they broke up, didn't they? Like, I swear I heard something about that recently. You had a turkey BLT earlier. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I believe it. Yeah. Yes, they will then either, like, turn the stitches into cloth or reuse them. Dwarves are very big on reduce, reuse, and recycle. The 20-year cycle is bringing back boy bands, and this is a problem. Why? I don't see any issue with this. There's certainly worse things. I mean, I'd much rather have just, like, a healthy supply of boy bands around than, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? I'd much rather have a healthy supply of boy bands around than having to deal with groups like One Direction. Well, I can't speak Spanish, so it's very difficult for me to look up Spanish bands. It's sort of like whenever I discover, like, Russian metal bands, it's like, oh, this is awesome. I don't know how I found it, but this is awesome. Generally, being able to speak the language that the band is part of makes finding it a lot easier. Yeah, it's just one. We don't know if it's up, down, left, right, south, east, west. Could be many things. And you know, to my knowledge, nobody's died to my minecart yet. That's pretty cool. I was gonna say, you like boy bands? Have you heard of Korea? Yeah, they just haven't stopped, really. Also, Hashpipe, I think I said this to you before, but I'm genuinely impressed that you managed to have the name on Twitch that's just like lowercase Hashpipe. I'm so impressed that somebody else didn't get that first. It's like, there was a person who tuned into my stream once, and their name was just Pikachu. Like, no numbers, no funny characters, just Pikachu, and it was a 2009 ancient history account. And to this day, like, I'm still just impressed that somebody has that account. It's also one of those things where it's like this close to like if you get like the wrong like Twitch employee on a grumpy day, you might just get banned for having that name, but also hence why I respect it. Armor is an extremely inefficient use of adamantine. Yeah, I just make steel armor. I make adamantine weapons and then like things around the edges for niche use cases out of adamantine. All right, let's check the jobs, specifically the people. Cracked metal strands. There we go. So I'm curious, how many adamantine strands do I get out of this one piece of raw adamantine? Also, are those two shops the only craft dwarf shops I have in the fort? I think they might be. Okay, well, I need some more craft dwarf shops. This is a problem. Oh, it's party time. Bad timing on the load screen. God damn it. I guess I should free you, chat. Hank Nasty, thank you very much for continuing that sub. Cheers. Means a lot. We got a lot of subs today. It's been a wild Saturday, that's for sure. Must have been payday this week, that's all I can say. It's one of the, like, it's kind of funny. December happens for streamers, and it's usually a great month. And then January usually sucks for a multitude of reasons. And it's usually just like everybody's sitting around going, all right, gotta wait till February, March for people to get their tax returns. It's usually kind of how the business of streaming works behind the scenes. It's the best use for adamantine? Sharp weapons. Sharp weapons. Because it's the lightest, sharpest material in the game. I think, actually, it might not be the sharpest, but it is the lightest material in the game. Actually, this one here, I can mine through because I can see what's behind it. It's the worst material for warhammers in the game. What's the best material for armor? Steel! Unless it's leather armor, and then leather! When you made it your first adamantine axe, it was a joyous day. Praise the miners. Unless you want that hammer to be ineffective. Sure. Sure, totally. That I would agree with. They're just vibes. They're just different names. Do you feel bad about using cat leather for everything? Okay, then don't use cat leather for everything. All right, we can mine this out. This is now safe. Let some water out. Then we can let some more water out. Use leather provided by the traders, given they provide so much for so cheap. Yeah. Leather's a really cheap material to trade for. Also another one over there. That's interesting. There's two big old chunks. Reading a book instead of doing your adamantine strand stuff. Come on, game. Come on. Fortunately, adamantine is really light, so it doesn't slow them down much to run up the stairs with adamantine strands. It's great material for per coats. Do you buy them on a per coat basis? If only they didn't shed so much, though.
You suck.
Yeah, I know. Guilty as charged. Try my damnedest over here. I'm unsold on this long empty hallway. We're going to need to do stuff with it. Going through your list of angry dwarves in your fort, nicknaming them all very angry, and you're going to force them into a festival burrow to perform mandatory group therapy. If you put them in a squad as ready with no uniform, they will just go tend to their needs, by the way. So if they're like super depressed or something and they really need to pray, force them into a group by themselves, and they will just go tend to that. They will just tend to their needs, rather. And it's not like they're going to be like a particular threat to your dwarves' safety, because like it's not like they are running around with weapons or anything because they have no uniform. So they won't equip any weapons. So I used to always have what I would call just wrestling squads, where I had dwarves that were super depressed that needed to do something. That needed to do something. But were, you know, too depressed to do that thing. So I would put them into a squad so that they'd fight amongst themselves and entertain themselves that way. And then alternatively, what you also do, it's going to be just a tiny squad. No lava today. Hey, just tiny squads. All right, well, we will send out the dwarves to gladly remove you of your lives. Because you have to remove them from training at the barracks that they're set to train in. Otherwise, they will just go train for funsies. You're basically just like managing a bunch of roid heads. They might be a smaller civ or they're just scouting parties. The big scary civs in this world are the humans and the elves anyway. Can they... If you build temples down there and... Never mind. Well, I'm going to cancel that order and lock the dwarves underground. Because it turns out there's actually a very large siege of elves here, and Tigru 1985 is unfortunately dying in the fray. That pincushion looks good on you. Rest in peace. I was literally just looking at my frame rate and going, man, my frame rate got low. What happened? Like, I was literally just thinking about that. Like, minutes ago, too. They don't actually eat anything in Fortress mode, just an FYI. They only do that in Legends. It's like many other things. They got wood armor because they're elves. They grow their own armor. They're also like punching bags in that regard because they're made like they're like a pine helm. That's not going to do much against a sword, you know? Am I using chickens as scouts? I mean, I just told a chicken to go up there as a scout. Am I actively using them as scouts? Not really. But yes, I did in fact just tell a chicken to go up there and scout. Works great against fire? Definitely. They're also getting rained on, so all the blood from that dwarf is falling off of their wooden extremities. Why am I hearing that got milk commercial in my head, except it's got wood? It's time to burn the forest again? Mm-hmm. I mean, we'll stop if the burning will stop when the sieges stop. If they don't like the burning, then why are they here? Clearly they like the burning. What's up, Waka? You're new here, coming from the YouTube tutorial. You got to say that they're amazing and life-saving. The only question you had is, it's raining dwarf blood on your new biome. It means that you settled somewhere haunted. If it's raining blood. It's their fault for showing up in flammable parts. Yeah, well, I mean, they're flapping their flammableness at us. I'm sorry, your flammable is showing. Okay, I don't know what percentage of the army is in here, but once this group from the siege is all in there, or the ambush, I guess, we'll start the lava dump. Also, this down here needs to be pulled. The railgun is a real shame in this fort, I gotta be honest. Hex, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know approximately what job you would want, and whether or not you would like a beard. Meanwhile, this goblin's trying to get in the side. I'd like a doctor. I got several, but they might all be named. But I could always add more. No, I got an unnamed doctor if you want to be a surgeon. 60-year-old surgeon. Everyone wants a doctor, just like anybody on a dating website. Hex 301 is anxious, intemperate, avoids fights, and has poor memory. Great for a doctor. Nervous wreck, and she feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. How did you become a doctor then? Enjoys participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She lacks the confidence in her abilities, and she is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind about things during a debate, regardless of its merits. She does not trust others, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and does not hold on to grievances, and she lives a fast-paced life and has a greedy streak. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally, finds sacrifice to be of the highest ideals and values family and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. And she finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She likes talc, billet, fire opal, a giant muskox horde, guinea fowl tooth, and the color lilac. Turkeys for their snood and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume foxtail mullet beer and absolutely hates flies. And, I don't know where you're going here, Dwarf, but this seems like a real good way to die. Maybe you'll spot some more elves on your way out. Well, we won't find your body, that much is known. If you insist on going this way, be my guest, I suppose. See, now you're running. We told you. We did tell you. All right, let's, squad. Boink. Run, Dwarfy, run! Yes. All right, I would say it is time for us to seal this trap lock. Because this is probably all full of elves. We'll kill the ones that come up from the top. Oh, actually, we can also pull this lever. If we want some accidental possible comedy, let's follow this elf. Maybe. Can we? Send them going. Whee! Oh, wow, you really got some distance on that. I almost feel bad, chat room. All right, let's put this back down. Because I super still haven't, like, you know, fixed the problem. Also, one of them, chat room, one of them just landed on the bridge and died. Lost all of her clothes in midair, or all of his clothes. Lost all of their clothes in midair and died on the bridge. That is pain. That's all I have to say. That is pain. You pulled the lever yet? There you go. Let's see if we can get all four of them. Sounds like a skill issue, Baby Blueford. Oh, possibly. Highly likely. All right, so they move forward. Move forward. Come on, you know you gotta pull it, dwarves. Pull it! Like a bullet! Right now! Right now! Right, any day! Anytime this month. Sometime before next year. Pull the lip. Or don't. Okay, fine. Fine, just don't pull the lever then. That's okay. It's okay too. Well, at least we got one. This elf is in a rough space right now. Bye. Stunned and drowning. I like that they drown in lava. There's something about that that's kind of incredible. Wait, where'd the other two go? Oh, I see. One of them's going up. Okay. All right, well, these guys are going to go down this way. And they're going to be met with by the welcoming committee. The dwarves then turn them into mashed paste, which is fine, I think. Balio here probably hears the screaming of their friend and then comes around the corner and then ceases to live. And don't think there's any more outside. So then the last thing we got to do is we got to pull this. Well, not this lever. This lever is fine. We got to go down here and we got to pull this lever. And then the lava contraption will fire. You'll know when it goes. Drowning in lava is super metal. It's super rocky, I think, actually. Send all the soldiers back to training. Spicy water. That's what I've been calling it for a very long time. Although apparently the canonical term is heat stone, if the soundtrack is to be believed. This is true. It is definitely heavy. You'd say that it would be hot, but it just sounds wrong. I mean, it would be. Very burning sensation. All right, dwarves, how long exactly are we going to take before you pull that lever? I mean, a dwarf is coming to pull it. How many minimum soldiers do you put on train orders? Yours tend to ignore the order and not spar. 2. So if they spar. Although solo training is just as effective. It just takes longer. Lava's more of a liquid than people give it credit for. I mean, human would bounce off of lava. It's a very dense liquid. It is a liquid, but it's very dense. There it goes. Finally! Look at that. The pain begins. Speaking of dense, these elves are pretty dense as they have yet to figure out that attacking me is a bad idea. You know, I'm just making shit up right now. I have no idea how this works, but I would say that the density of lava probably depends on the rock that it is melted from, right? It's extra spicy ketchup, sure. More like an orange sauce, but... And the temperature. True, yes. That would also make a lot of sense. Bad time to be wearing all wood. This is true. The interesting thing is there's horse blood right there. Like, there's things burning here that I can't see, which is kind of whack, actually. Huh. Like, there's literally stuff burning that we can't see that's still stealthed. That's why the frame rate's increasing so quickly. And, like, clothing keeps appearing. Huh. The champion acts as kind of like, I don't know, trying to think of the word, teacher for everybody. I also need to actually start draining this lava. Because it's starting to float on top, as you can see, which is a bit of a problem. It's just a really slow liquid. Yeah, there's an elf right there right now, burning. Or there was one. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. All right, let's jump back down to the adamantine stuff. I'm pretty certain that that stuff's safe, but it's hard to say. Glass isn't actually a liquid, that's a myth. Depends on how hot it is. But yes, I'm aware that that is a myth. You... Bring some extra wheelbarrows, please. It's nice having all these extract metal strands jobs. See, we're actually making adamantine wafers now. Somebody's making a wafer somewhere. Although they're probably swapping between making wafers and magnetite. I'd actually like wafers to be higher. Because the way I imagine it is they like weave it into the wafers. And then like harden it in the whatever you call it. In the smelters. Does it matter if the skill of the dwarf for this step? What, for making strands? Thread doesn't have a quality level. So I think skill of the dwarf just speeds it up. Makes it go faster? Yeah, just makes it go faster. Because it's a pretty slow task to complete. But yeah, I would say that molten glass is very much a liquid. Weavers and then the cloth sheets and then the quality which gets impacted by their skill. Yeah. Although they don't make cloth out of adamantine, fortunately. That would be a bit of a mess, I would think. Suddenly worried about this because there's lava around here somewhere. My plan is to make an adamantine throne and then make adamantine swords. Throne for the queen, and then swords for the soldiers. And if I was human, I would be making whips. So then once we can see through this, right, so this whole corner here is safe. This is almost like Minesweeper. There's a ruby in there. Interesting. We're just one layer above. Whips are blunt. Are they not both, which is why they're stupidly OP? Like they hit with both, which is why they're ludicrously damaging. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was always under the knowledge that they're both. How many squads do I have? 3. Total of 20 military dwarves. We're not talking about whips in real life, dude. just to be clear, we're talking about whips in Dwarf Fortress. Which means the property of the whips that we are discussing currently is very different. Three-step mining is such a slow process. It's like going through rehab. Tiny blunt is poke. No, tiny blunt is just small amount of drug. The ideal whip is a platinum artifact whip. All right. Well, I'm right. No! Run away. And paused instead of pausing. Well, that's mean, game. Oh my god, nobody died. What the fuck? How did nobody die? Meanwhile, Kiddo just hanging out right there. Whew. Well then. That was terrifying. Their shoes are made of rock. I guess, like, yeah, if you're an adamantine miner, it's probably not a bad idea to take a class in short distance sprinting. It doesn't evaporate. It hardens. If you tell me that magma evaporates, you're gonna hurt my brain. Nope, none of them headed to the clinic. They just didn't get caught. Like, I almost wonder if they're jumping up and using handholds on the ceiling, which is possible. Water evaporates, lava hardens. Same material, different practice. Did I just transform into a were creature in real life, or did a dwarf just transform into a were creature? We've had a were pangolin in this fort for a while. He lives in my hospital, in a room by himself. Water hardens too. Yeah, so do most dudes in the morning, but like that's besides the point. What metals do I look for on an embark? You're asking an old player this, so I want to know as little information about my embark as possible, and I kind of hate the fact that the game tells me this. But it depends on what I'm doing. And also, I set my materials to be sparse so that I only get 1 or 2 types of metal at most on an embark. What, me saying, well, so does some, like, people in the morning. Clip it and make it into an MP3 and send it to me. Clip it, make it into an MP3 and send it to me. This dwarf just suddenly got put into an obsidian prison. Well, that also dealt with a bunch of this crud, so that's good. It's just obsidian, so we can mine through that. Okay, let me just check something. I'm not actually sure how many wafers I need to make an adamantine throne. Furniture. Oh. Apparently we happen to have all the things that we need. And they're just low on the priority list. Whips and lashers are like the strongest weapon type / soldier type in the game, so yeah, certainly wouldn't surprise me. Also, because I'm assuming some people have popped in over from Kit Fox. How was the Kit Fox stream today? Curious about how Jess did. Considering she's somebody who started learning the game the day this version came out. There you go. Adamantine wafers. Oh, do we just not have enough adamantine wafers yet? Because I think it's 7. It's 7 that we require. I'm interested in the fact that it queued up that job, so. Cages and 6 wafers. Backpacks are 2. 9 wafers. Okay, so we need 9 wafers to make them. Cool. And she mostly learned. Gotcha. It's good to hear. I mean, Scoundrel's fantastic. I love Scoundrel. It's a good dude. I was mostly just curious about how Jess did. Just let that water out there. Just via Discord DM, and I'll set it up after stream. Setting an embark to sparse also reduce the amount of gems or just metal? It's all minerals. And it's also not an embark, it's the world when you generate it, right? The default is frequent, which is why you'll just have bajillions of metals everywhere, which makes sense because, you know, they're trying to attract a more casual audience, but before the default was sparse. So instead of having like 18 different kinds of metal on an embark, that's maybe an exaggeration, but instead of having like 4 or 5 different kinds of metal on an embark, you'll have 1, maybe. And that's the way I like to play it. So yeah, it's like gems, it's minerals, it's everything that you have to smelt stuff. Because to me, Dwarf Fortress is really boring if you have access to everything. And very quickly, you'll end up with access to everything anyway. So I enjoy the process of having to seek out and find things and trade for things and import stuff for specific tasks. That is fun for me. But they very much toned that whole portion of the game down for this version. Yeah, but I really know the game. Sure. Like, I'm not denying that. Like, that's true. But I think that, like, I've definitely had some people say it's like, you know, I've dug down 4 levels and I have everything I need and I'm bored. And part of me is just like, generate a world that, you know, has less metal. So you actually have to work to get your materials instead of just having access to everything already. You do know that dwarves use mining skill to attack with pickaxes, but also miners won't attack with pickaxes outside of squads? Yeah, they will. You just can't tell them to attack. They will absolutely attack things with their picks. You just can't specifically be like, go kill this thing with your pickaxe. Just embark in a place with no wood. Yeah, that'll do it too. They might attack, they might run too. Yep. I mean, I once had a dwarf kill a child in self-defense because the child was tantruming and attacking her. Kill her by hacking his arm off with a pick that she was just holding. I mean, yes, there is always wood in the caverns. This is true. Mo wada mo problems. Well, I think we're pretty much through this layer of adamantine. Certainly looking like it. Lonely, sad dwarf. Feel you there. And there we go. Yep, True Freak still on. Getting close to the stuff I wanted to get done today, though. Still have those stairs up there, so it's not a problem. We're just punching and scratching people? I mean, read the combat logs for your soldiers. They do that too. If the dwarf has a high skill in something that isn't mining, like if they're just more confident in their strength, they will punch, right? But that depends on the dwarf. Extracting them strands. There's also quite a bit up here. This one layer will probably be enough adamantine to... Wait till you get a biter. Wait until you read the combat log of a dwarf picked up a dead hamster and threw it at a forgotten beast and killed it. Which, I've seen. I've seen a dwarf do that. It's interesting that they're just like, yeah, we have enough. It's like, no, you clearly don't, but... I've seen it in real life. I don't know about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adamantine wafers. So I need 4 more wafers. 4 more. I really like it when you have a dwarf that bites a were creature and kills the were creature by biting it. It's like, dude, that seems unnecessarily dangerous, but good job? Like, knowing how these infections spread, this seems unwise, but also, you're not dead, so congrats? Well, I mean, it's just like that very, very, very classic screenshot of the adventure mode player who threw the lion corpse at the living lion and killed the living lion with the dead lion by throwing a lion at a lion and getting the lion impaled on a lion. It's like that screenshot, but with hamsters. Although my biggest complaint about hamsters in Dwarf Fortress is that they aren't correctly represented by their alcohol consuming abilities. In real life, hamsters, based on their side, can consume more alcohol than any other living creature on Earth not without even minor side effects. To the point where they can drink 1.5 liters of Everclear per day and like not even notice. Crazy little bastards. Like they'll also drink water and be totally fine with it, but like they can drink pure alcohol. This is a fact. Go look it up. That doesn't seem possible. Go look it up. Some scientists got paid a salary to figure out how much alcohol a hamster can consume. 1.5 liters, not a liter. It is, okay, so this is from the University of Alaska. It is not possible for a hamster to achieve lethal blood ethanol content from drinking alcohol. Their livers break it down so quickly that their blood never gets enough alcohol in it to become fatal. Here's a study from the University of Alaska. Have fun with this knowledge that's definitely mandatory for life. Although, I don't even know if that link works. Oh, hey, it does work, even though it cut off the track and crap. But the only issue that can be caused is like if you give them flavored vodka or something, they'll be upset. But if as long as you give them like unflavored alcohol, like they can just eat it. They don't care. Yeah, I'm happy to help with this very new and important information, clearly. Yeah, no Jägermeister. Don't go giving them flavored stuff. Would beer give them nutrition? You know, honestly, I don't think the study tested beer. But like they were giving them pure ethanol and whatnot, which is something. Well, they're getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pigs like beer, bet hamsters love it. Yeah. You know, this is now just reminding me of that like video that went viral a couple of years ago of the goat just walking up to a like 24-pack of Coke bottles, unscrewing the Coke lid with its tongue, picking up the Coke bottle and chugging it, spitting it out, and then doing it again, just like on repeat, just drinking all of the Coke. That's what this is reminding me of now. Okay, so we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 adamantine wafers. I need 3 more. 3 more adamantine wafers. That goat must have been real gassy. I'm just imagining a goat drinking caffeine. Like, that's the terrifying thing to me, is a goat drinking caffeine. I'm not concerned about the goat being gassy. I feel like goats are just gassy. I feel like that's just normal goat. Also, you know what? I'm just going to do this because this will speed things up. Never mind. They're making adamantine wafers right now. Who's making adamantine wafers? Let's follow you. Okay, so it's 1 to 1 then. That's fine. Just making sure that the adamantine wafers are at the top. They also piss on themselves because they're just into that, and that's okay. Got a bottle of Fisherman's Friend on the fridge, and one of your cats ran to drink it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've never seen Fisherman's Friend in any format outside of like the lozenges. I was unaware that you could like get it in a syrup format. That's kind of terrifying. Well, we're getting there. Dwarf Fortress is hitching. Oh. Oh no. Well, that's a problem. I forgot to start this draining. Awkward. I was like, why is the game starting to run slowly? Probably because the lava's about to start bubbling over the edge of this. Actually, actively is, and is flooding my... Awkward. Oh, yeah. I guess that's one way to clean my upper walls. Well, we shall pull this lever. Also that. Also that. Well. Yeah, no kidding. One royal flush. Oh. Well, that's not the smartest thing I've ever forgotten to do. Oh, no, that's fine. I mean, if you guys are backseating me, we wouldn't have had this fun moment, you know? I wouldn't have forgotten. And then I wouldn't have, you know. Please close the entrance? Nah. It's fine. Where's your sense of adventure? It'll drain real quick. Losing is fun? Damn right. Maybe we'll finally get rid of those pesky little bits of water left there. See, it's draining down there real fast. So it's just going to flow out this way. Oh, yeah, no, it's draining. And then these will cool off on the edges. And it'll stay at the level that it's supposed to be at. It's fine.
Sup?
Sup, Robin? You robbing me? How's things? Well. Got it, Jerry Gord. I will have that set up to you for you by Tuesday. No. I was like, why is no work? Game's paused. Oh, shit, we already made it. Never mind. I don't need a second adamantine throne because we've got that one made. Thought they canceled it again. All right, chat. Does Queenie sit on left or right? What do you think? On the right, in front of the armor stand. Both. Depends on the day. By that logic. It was right. Both left. Did you guys just like decide to start at like changing your mind after I set what it's gonna be? Only right on Tuesdays. It's like even a out-of-date clock is right once or twice a day, depending. Okay, so now we wait for Dwarf to come here and construct this. I love how there's just like a spider silk web at the very top of this stupidly tall tree. That's kind of amazing, actually. I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean bidet? I mean, well, they don't poop, so. Talk about all the cool things you can do in DF, and you just wanted to share that your daughter just showed you. You didn't have to get the dude's name, but I can ask if you want. A gentleman pumped magma and water to the top of his map and poured them, making layers of obsidian, and then dug out a castle of the poor, which was super impressive. Oh, did she just run into this person? I think I know who did that. There we go. We now have an adamantine throne. We now have an adamantine throne. And the queen wants 3 more ballista arrows. Look at it. It's glorious. Oh, it's somebody who's streaming. I getcha. Because, like, that's a very, very, very old strat. You were here for the throne of pure candy? Yep. And, chat, I've been streaming for 9 hours. I try and keep these Saturday streams a little bit shorter. You're severely underwhelmed. It's a very expensive chair, okay? It's a $2,000 chair versus this one that's a $1,000 chair. Although we still need to find more artifacts. Ah, there we go. Congratulations, this fortress is now a mountain home. Proof that any suggestion of hubris was childish nonsense. The gods surely want you to dig deeper still. Which we will on Tuesday. But don't run off because we are going to raid a DF stream. Yeah, you like these short weekend streams. Yeah. So before you guys all run off, I'm going to save. We're going to return to the title menu. Multiple copies of this timeline found. It's fine. Are we reading ads again? Chat, say bye, YouTube. Sorry, can I refund that? It's like the worst possible timing. I'll credit you with a dwarf next time. We'll do it that way.